إمم. إمم. Academic. Yes. Oh, looks like that isn't working. There we go. It's working now. Just a bit closer. Yes. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, welcome to the 100 follower special, I guess, thingy. And yeah, don't know what to do. So yeah, for the at least the following 2 hours, I'll just be enjoying the morning for a bit and, catch up on things. And around 12 o'clock, we're gonna start with playing the games. I've got 3 games for today, or for the afternoon, more like it. Monster Hunter Rise. After that, a bit of Deep Rock Galactic. And after that, we'll do some more Payday 2 again, since it's also been quite a few weeks. But yeah, I just gonna be browsing YouTube for a bit. Let's see what's up with that. Oh hey, I think I know what it is. Oh boy, check out. There we go. Yeah, it's for the new Super Sentai team. And that's supposed to release like today, or was it last week? I'm not really caught up on all the Japanese stuff, so yeah, I am curious on how it will look, since quite a new team. Oh, quite a new team. It is the new team, but insects as a theme is not something I've ever seen or heard with Super Sentai. I'm curious on how it will all go. Some subtitles? No, I can't. Done. I'm really curious on how this new team is going to be. I skipped the last one. Sure what was it called again? Odir or something, because I didn't find it very interesting how it looked. Oh yeah, Dawn Ranger or something. But yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. Oof, they're gone. Yeah, apparently this one has a lot of pieces. Okay, so that's how you're going to transform. First you put on the piece, then you remove the piece. Nice. Nice. So I'm quite curious on this show. I'm gonna have to find out on where I can watch it with English subtitles. Yeah. Imagine getting stung by that. Hello there, Sapphire. Nice to see you drop by. How are you doing? I read that you were quite tired as of lately. I can understand that. I mean, what time zone are you in? I'm gonna assuming it's either pretty early for you or pretty late. PM. That's afternoon, I think. I'm really bad with AM or PM. I'm just more used to, 31, 13, 20, 16, 40, stuff like that. No, okay. Still, I appreciate you dropping by. And I hope you get your energy back soon. Because I do enjoy your streams a lot. It's kind of a funny thing is, I mostly watch them during my working hours actually. So I have you on in the background while I work. But I watch streams all the time. It's just. But yeah, I do hope you can, while watching the stream, get some rest, or at least find some rest here. Oh, hey there, Nova. Glad to see you also join the stream. That's a pretty interesting combination. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, hey, 13 days ago from Brickmeat. Oh, I'm gonna watch this one. This seems funny. Oh boy, can I find a way to mute that? Because I am. Oh wait, I'll just mute the whole tab. And I'm pretty sure that is probably copyrighted. I'm gonna have to see if I can find the pieces to make that. Look at the derpy head. That's nice. Alright, then the sounds bad. I'm gonna. Oh.
Time for Halloween. Don't come to my house or else I'll suck your dick. Blood. I'll suck your blood.
Nice. Nice. Like a Titanic making band. Ooh, this one, Batman Ninja. Anybody ever seen that one? I watched it 2 times. It's a great movie, especially if you watch it in Japanese with English subtitles. Drilled 600. Yes, he also looks very excited about having to drill 600 holes. Can I just upload? Ratchet joints. Gotta love those with Transformers. I've actually got quite a few that have ratchet joints. And quite a few that don't. Hmm. The only shit I know for real. Even I know what that is. Ah, the, I don't know, what else do we have to watch? Hmm. Seems interesting. I'm not gonna watch that. I'm still playing the game. Hmm. I'm going to. I don't really care for Vox Machina because don't really like the show, but I do know somebody who might be interested in that, and I'll send it to them. Where are they? Wait, did I close my DMs with them? There they are. I think they'll find that pretty interesting. E-hobby exclusive. Convoy pet with Apex. Because I'll get jealous and I want that figure, as it's not available anymore since it's 6 years old. Hmm. Yeah. Uh, we have a lot of fun stuff to watch. That no, that's just home. Let's see if I can get recommended. Oh, here we are, trending. Well, the trending looks as fucked up as it usually does. You know, lots of clickbait, things that aren't true. Mm. I also heard that YouTube's getting new management. And people are not happy about it since the guy they want supports NFTs, removal of ad blockers, and I also heard that they wanted to get rid of skippable ads, which means that yeah, YouTube yeah, they're going to have a hard time even keeping an audience after that. It Faith, Troll Chapters, endings, Pokemon Fusions, the best way to play Pokemon Sun, in the sun probably, a railgun in Minecraft, Stardew Valley, Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid, always nice. Seven-page Muda build on Boat for Treasure. What's this? Hmm. It looked bad in a good way. That took somebody way too long to make, and they probably had fun while doing it. I haven't read the manga yet of part 5, but I can confirm from the shots I've seen that it is indeed 7 pages long. Jeez, the amount of longs that person needs to just do that. Mhm. Nice. Oh damn, somebody already made that thing in Lego. I'm not surprised. It's fun. It totally went over nothing. Uh, Pizza Tower, all jump scares. Like, right, I don't think that game has jump scares. But that's
Rule number one, kill them before they kill you. Keep your distance. Maybe we should kill the guy with the grenades, huh? Cover squad.
funny thing is, since Bad Bad is canon to this series, and Clone Commandos, I believe those were, they were canon with the original Star Wars Battlefront game. and that game was also canon. Then it's not canon anymore, but by having them just appear as a little Easter egg in that episode of the Bad Batch, they're officially back in canon now, which is very funny.
Ouch, what's that?
2 facts in Terraria?
You are not going to believe what I found today. I'm running out of room in my apartment, but I have the perfect spot for it, so...
You're coming home with me.
The only problem is I'm an hour train ride away from my apartment. But this is an awesome piece, so it's definitely worth the awkward stairs in the subway train. Boom, made it. It's honestly in great condition. Super minor scratches, but overall, not bad at all. First things first, let's get this bad boy cleaned up. Nailed it. I'm not sure if I love the wheels though. Here's the plan. I moved this from there, and my disco lady from there, to make room for this here. Big Trollo saw one of my last videos where I found one of their side tables and sent me their new Stream Carbon to try it out. Right off the bat, this thing felt super premium. I'm a sucker for good packaging, and I'm gonna rate it 8.7 out of 10. It already looks great. Putting this together was super easy and honestly very satisfying. In the last video I mentioned earlier, I got roasted for storing my vinyls horizontally. Now I know to keep them standing. I'm putting my magazine stand here with
Why?
my vinyls
It's
standing
just a
here.
flat
Voila,
disk. How
perfect.
could
Can someone
it
tell me where the stand is
storing
from?
them
All
horizontally
four fines.
do any
You are
damage?
not going to believe what I found.
Unless it's unless you're talking about
I
warping.
decided to destroy all my Harry Potter books to make something way cooler. I started
Okay, cool.
Students who
Don't care.
get straight A's.
You see a picture here with, on the first row,
Oh, the Jimmy Timmy Power Hours. I remembered it. Those were fun, those specials. Very fun. Looks like that's the special from, or the, oh, this is going to happen in the next episode of Kamen Rider Gates thingy from last week. Oh, this might be interesting. Different way to paint swords for figurines. Not that I actually own any swords from the figures I have.
Hey everybody, in this video we're going to be taking a look at something that's quite
I
important
did
when you're
actually
painting
order
fantasy
a
and science
new,
fiction armies, but also something
what
that's
was it
really
again?
fun as well, and that is when you're
A
painting characters to take a
new
look at their melee weapons
McFarlane
and
Ghost
do something a
Maker.
little bit different on the
One from a
blade of
different
those
site
weapons,
this
make
time
them
than
more
Amazon.
visual or energized
That
with
should
some power
hopefully
inside
be the
them,
correct
that
one
sort of
this
stuff.
time.
It's really fun to do and it's quite exciting as
Still
well.
need to
because it
sell
really
the
makes
older one
characters
back,
pop
but
out
I
from the
don't
rest of your
plan
army
to
and makes the
touch.
force look amazing
So
on the
let's do that
tabletop.
next week.
So in this video, we're
and
going to look at 3 different methods
yeah,
of doing these effects
see
using
how it
swords,
goes from
and we
there.
picked out some miniatures from Warhammer
They did say I would
40,000
get my money
Flawless from
back.
Games Workshop, though it can be
I should
applied to
probably also
anything
finish
you
up
want
the
to paint,
Space
any
Marine
sort of
too.
fantasy or
That
any
thing's been
science
in
fiction.
pieces
It also
for
doesn't have to be swords, it can be spears,
long.
axes, blunt weapons like hammers, it's really up to you. But first of all, we're going to take a look at a kind of molten metal effect on the blade. Then we're going to move on to a sort of shimmering effect. And then finally, we're going to go for a real energized with lightning crackling through the blade kind of thing. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to use some really cool bright colors. We hope you enjoy it. Let's get to it.
We need to store this better so it doesn't. I think it's getting way too dirty with all the dust on it.
The first sword effect we're going to take a look at is to go for a hot kind of fiery glow from molten steel.
Yeah,
So if you imagine a
maybe
movie
do
where you
something
see a
about the
blacksmith
dust.
forging a sword and it's still glowing hot, so almost yellow on the inside going to oranges and then really dark on all the corners, almost like a really dark brown. That's the kind of thing that we're going for here. So ideal for any army where you want to have a
At
fiery
least the
theme.
shoulder
So
pads are done.
fantastic for things like salamanders from
it's
40k or fire slayers from Age of
Probably
Sigmar.
finish up
But
the
of course,
smaller
because it's got
pieces
that sort of
first, like
fiery
the
force
chair.
vibe going on here,
Yeah,
it's
morning
perfect for
blaze.
any sort of evil army, so brilliant for the bad guys.
How's
To
your
do it, what
Sunday
we need to do
going?
is first of all set up a nice bright red to be the starting point for which we can start to work the fiery effects on. For this I picked out some Evilson Scarlet from Citadel, which is a really nice bright red and it's got great coverage, and I'm going to be applying it over an undercoat of Mechanica Standard Grey, which is my standard sort of go-to undercoat. And it worked well over most
that's-
undercoats. The one thing to be
hold
careful
on.
of is if you're doing this over the top of black,
That's-
and if you are, I recommend putting down a foundation of a deep red first of all. Something like Mephiston red or Corn red, doesn't really matter, but a good starting point.
Huh,
is
lol. Oh, you can see
But
me
anyway,
on
what we need
Dixper
to do
now,
is
or
apply
on
it thinly
yeah,
and
Dixper.
smoothly over the
Oh,
blade.
that's
So
that's
to do that, we
fun.
need to set up on the palette
You can
first
actually
of
see
all.
that I use
For this, I'm
it.
just using a regiment brush
Ugh.
from the Army Painter for this initial base
Let
coat.
me
Because
guess,
we
you
don't
also
need
had a
accuracy
rough
or
week.
anything, just a good large brush to get that even coat on it. And we need to apply it as smoothly as possible because we need to avoid any texture catching on the blade because that'll start to get picked up as we add further colours to the effect. So make sure you thin that paint down your palette as ever with that little bit of water, just testing it to make sure it's nice and smooth. And you can see I've got it nicely smooth down here, so that's ideal. And with that prepared then, what we need to do is apply it straight over the blade. Now when painting it on, go for these sort of sweeping motions going all the way across to keep it as smooth as possible. So all the way
Yeah,
right
you're not
back,
the only
covering
one
the
that's had a
entire
rough
thing,
week.
then let it dry completely. And it is translucent, but don't worry about it. Just let it dry, then apply a second thin coat in the exact same way. But this motion is
But
intended
luckily
to
at
minimize
the
any
end it
texture
turned out
appearing on it,
all
so
good.
it's nice and smooth for when we move on to
So
the
I
next
don't have to
brush.
worry about Monday. I'm just gonna start fresh again.
With that base coat done, we now have a power sword that looks like it's come out of the 90s from some of the old codexes, but we're not going to stop here because now we're going to start to really build up that fiery effect by going through oranges and yellows and things like that. And when you get to this stage, the first thing that you need to do is decide whereabouts the heat source is going to be on your sword because it can vary quite a bit. In this case, what we've got is a power node on the blade. So if we take a look, you can see it's this little kind of bump that we've got just around about there. So I want that to be the source of the heat to give the impression
Like
the
I was
hottest
like, from
point is
okay, the
around
base
there.
coat's
If
done.
you're painting a fantasy blade
Cool,
with
I
runes
like
and
need
things on it, you might want
5
this
tries
around
just to get
runes,
the
so
base
add some
coat
good spirit
correct.
inside it. It's
For
really
some
up to
reason,
you.
it's
Whatever you
I
choose
always
to
see
do,
too
though,
many
what you need
stripes,
to
and I'm
do
not
is
sure if
to
it's my
move on to
brush
quite a
or
strong bright
if I
orange.
don't
So
paint
here I've got
the
some Troll Slayer orange, and also for this, what you're going to need
word
as
for
well
it's
is a wet palette because it's going to make it so much easier to
don't
keep
paint
the
the
paint
paints
lined up as we start
enough.
to build up this effect. And what I've got here is a size 1 brush from Artist Opus, but a medium layer brush is about the same from Citadel. The choice is yours, what you go for here. And what we're looking to do is
I
to
also have
thinly
trouble
start applying
keeping
this
my
colour onto the
brushes
blade to
just
slowly
good.
build it up. Now, this means it will require a bit of patience. You can't jump too far into this because it'll be a little bit too stark and a bit too rough. So what you need to do is expect to have to apply quite a few
Still need to
coats
finish
here
up
and
that
to
other
get that
model
paint
kit
really
too. I
thick.
have way too
And
many
that's quite
projects
good
I'm
for this sort
working
of thing
on.
because it's fairly
I
thin
really
anyway,
can't
but
decide
you can see
on
I'm adding quite
what
a
I
bit of
should
water to
fix
it,
up
bringing it
first.
right down to this sort of point. And if we just need to test it now, what we need to do is just get a small amount of the brush and thinly apply it onto the palette. And you can see that's the sort of strength it's got. It's very translucent, so that's ideal for what we're looking to build up on the blade because the more coats we apply of this, the stronger that colour is going to get. And by applying lots of those coats, then we can control where we want the colour to be stronger. So with that prepared then, what I'm going to do is start
Also,
applying it
Blaze, are you
onto
enjoying the
blade.
game
And
I
as
got you
mentioned,
for your
I'm going for the
birthday?
hottest point
Because
to
I
be
haven't.
around here.
I know that you
Get the
wanted
cooler
it a
colour
lot, or
out
that
here.
you were really
So
happy
for this
that
first
I
colour,
got
this
it
means
for you,
actually
but I
applying it
haven't
to
heard
quite
anything
far
else
up the
about
sword.
it.
So I'm just going to bring it thinly all the way across like that on that side
I'm
and
curious about
thinly
it.
on this side too. Now you can see this first coat doesn't make a big difference, but it does dry pretty quickly. So that's ideal for what I'm looking for here because I want that sort of smooth transition building up as we go along. So what you do is just let that dry, and you can see it dried pretty quickly. So now I can go in for the next coat to start to apply it a little bit stronger on here. And the more coats of this you apply,
Oh,
the
that's
stronger you're
nice.
going to see that orange is going to become. So it's just a matter of once again thinly applying
That's
it
great
through
to
there.
hear.
And there we go, it's drying pretty quickly.
I'm
So now we
finally
can go in
making
for
some
another one.
progress with Castlevania
Focus it a little bit more.
myself.
Now, as I'm doing each
I've
coat of this, you
fine-
see
yeah.
I'm just leaving the red still showing at the tip of the sword around there because that's going to be the coolest point.
I mean, I
as you
still
go
have
further
way
away
too
from
many
the
games
node.
to play,
So as I go
but
on to the third coat now,
one by
you can
one,
see
and
the
it
orange
should
is
all go
starting to really
fine.
pick up. So there we go. So what I'm going to do now is just carry on doing this, building it up. Looking
Oh
to
yeah, I
focus that
also
orange,
got
so by the
Hi-Fi
time we get to around
Rush.
about here on the blade,
Finally,
it's going to be a solid
my
Troll
brother
Slayer
showed it to me
orange.
a few weeks ago, and just the combination of the art style, the gameplay, I was like, oh, that's great. And then it was like even music
So
based,
here
and
we
then I
go.
was
I've
sold
applied
on it.
around about 6 thin layers onto there, and you can see the orange has built up nicely. And if you look, I've got that sort of gradient building it up because of that almost stepping method I've been doing. And at the first coat was around about there, all the way down to the very base of the sword. But then the next one was a little bit further down and further down to the base. And then the next one was a little bit further. So this way we've got that gradient happening along there.
I hope he
as
also
we've done
did that
this,
to the
now
other
what I
side
want
of
to
the
do is just
sword.
point out something
It
that
would
is
be
going to happen
very,
in the course of this. And
very
that
funny
is
if he just
the
turned around like
natural
from,
kind of
oh
process as you're
no,
doing it. It's
I
very
forgot
organic,
to
so
do
you
the
need
other
to
side.
adjust as you go along. So often what you'll want to do is go back a stage to make a few adjustments, and that's what I want to do now because I just want to re-establish a little
Yeah.
bit of that red. So this is the beauty of having the wet palette because you can have all these paints usable throughout this whole process. So you can just as you need to, and you can mix if you want to as well.
Ah,
And
yes,
so
a
what
wet
I'm going to do
palette.
now is go
I
back to that nice and
definitely
stark and
recommend
just get a
those
little bit
things.
of-
I've
I've
got
still
one
got my
for
orange on the
painting
palette,
myself,
but
and
just
it's
get a little bit
very
more there 'cause I
handy
think I might need
to
it, because
just
what
to
I want
use.
do is just mix these up a
And
little bit. So I'm just going to get a bit of the
well,
orange.
cleanup's a
and
bit
small amount
longer,
of the red.
but
Bear in mind,
it's very
this
fun.
kind of red is a much more powerful colour
Well,
than the
fun.
orange.
It's
So
very
just how
handy.
small amount I put in there and just how strongly it changed the colour. want to go a little bit further towards the red.
Still gotta build that Kriegsmarine or the Kriegsmarine or that Marine I got from Games Workshop a few weeks, like a month ago. I actually don't think I'm gonna be on time with the painting contest this month. Not that I even know how to paint it. I have been out of it for quite some time, and my weekends have mostly been me resting up since I don't feel that energetic anymore last few weeks.
Slightly rough line on there, and I just want to glaze over that. So all you do is just paint this over that transition like that, and you can see it just helps ease them together. Now we can also use this to control where we want to make the blade a little bit redder, and in this case I'm looking to go kind of cutting.
You mean as a miniature or like for character creation, like just a character sheet?
Same on the other side.
Because if you say, oh, you found a website where you can make your own tabletop character, you're probably referring to Hero Forge. Oh yeah, you're talking about Hero Forge. I know that one.
Bring in a bit more red in if you want to, but remember
it's a fun site.
And bearing in mind you can.
I used to be there I used to be on that site for quite some time. From time to time, because it was just fun using the program to make things.
Slightly more as well, and you can see I also introduced a little bit of red at the very base of the blade as well. And so it's really just a matter of slowly building it up like that to get that gradient and to just keep adjusting it as you go.
That's nice. That's neat too.
So what we're going to do now is take it further.
I always made my Dragonborns there, but then I got an actual miniature that I still need to prime again.
Orange on hand,
yeah, so that'll be fine.
There's quite a difference between these two.
I need to dip it in hot water to straighten out its blade, then
until I end up with just Flash Gets Yellow on its own.
Throw on some new primer, and it should be good to be painted again.
I'm just going to add just a tiny bit more to that. And what I want to do is mix.
Still, perhaps I should just, straighten out the blade, and after that, just give it a coat of primer, because it actually looks pretty good just being a Blanco figurine.
Orangey yellow is what we're looking for here. So I just want to bring a bit more of the Troll Slayer orange in. So what I'm looking for is this sort of color.
Yeah, I actually got a lot of miniatures, but I haven't painted half of them.
This because I think I'm going to be going into
this. And I think it's either because I'm too lazy or I don't think that I'm good enough, and I don't have time for it. It's one of those things, or a combination of those.
Thinly glazing it on. Only as we go further and further.
So I first need to bring up my self-esteem a bit more. Which is hard. Very hard.
As what I did earlier. I'm just making sure it's really thin there on the palette, so very translucent. And just make sure too there's not much on the brush. And this time when applying it, as we're focusing more towards the node, rather than painting it everywhere on the blade, I'm looking to kind of paint it more towards the middle of it. So I'm looking at painting this sort of area here. And then on the other side, this kind of
area. I think at this point you probably have more self-esteem than I have in my whole life.
A brighter colour in the recess there. That's because we want the blade to get cooler.
Yeah, I'm hoping things will get better soon. For the both of us.
I'm going to just thinly apply it into that area there, and then thinly onto that part there. Now the exception to avoiding these kind of sharp points, including that central ridge, is as we get to the node, what we need to do is have the impression that the heat from it is sort of overwhelming that slightly dark part that we've got in the middle. So as we get to the middle, we also want to bring it over that part there, and down that side as well. So you see it's going to become kind of much more orange in this sort of area around there. So once again, do another coat, and you can see because I'm applying it so thinly, it's drying very quickly. But as I put the third coat on, you can see the difference now really starting to happen. It is getting warmer and warmer as I add further and further coats.
It's funny,
I
think I can probably do this myself too if I had the time and probably a good light source.
So it doesn't become too much in one go.
But yeah, I would probably need a bigger house first to be able to do these kind of things.
So we get that slight
or at least get the time.
On there, and on that side too.
But I'm stuck in a pretty small home.
And bring it in at that sort of point there. So just down there, and then again on that side. So you can see this is a nice controlled way of building it up, but we also need to again bring it over that central part just there to build it up hotter and hotter around there. So now
oh yeah, Blaze, did I ever tell you about the old ram sticks I had? I finally found a good home for them.
Strong yellow directly around the node.
Yeah, I eventually
Building up
just
to that
put them
yellow, which
in
you can see is solid
like
just around the
in the
node.
current
And well, happy with
computer.
that. We've got
So
the nice
now I
fiery effect going on
have
there. Just to finish it off and make it a little bit hotter,
48
very middle,
gigabytes of
I'm gonna
RAM.
introduce some white to it. And here you need a pure white. I've got some matte white from the Army Paint for this, which you can see I've already got there on my palette. And with this, what I'm going to do
Yeah.
is continue that gradient.
But
by
it actually
first of all just
helps
mixing
with
it
a lot
little
of
bit with the
stuff.
yellow to
Some
make
games run a bit
very,
smoother,
very pale
and
yellow kind of
I noticed that
colour
even the heavier
about
programs
sort of
leave at
this
least
there.
room to have it
And
running
this, I'm just
normally.
going to thin down as ever.
I haven't tried it out with Battlefield 1 yet, because I did know that it used to. I tried it when I had 16 gigabytes, I believe, and it didn't turn out very well.
Like that, just very gently on there.
You know, who knows, maybe in the future, in the next few weeks,
The impression that this is the sort
I could try it again and see if
With
it
that
works
applied,
better.
I'm just going to go a little bit further to the pure white this time, so now it's just
But on the other
and
hand,
this is just going to be
what was it?
just on the center of this part here. Now we've
Yeah,
painted in the
Dark Knight
hottest part of
crashed
the
again a
blade.
few
What we
days
need to do
ago.
is start setting up for the cooler parts, and to do this we need to go towards brown.
But I should
So
probably
quite
take a
dark
look at my
browns in the
PC
end.
and do
Before we
something
go
about
there, we need to sort of
its
do a bit of
internal
finishing.
slash
So it's gonna be
external
quite red brown
storage.
now.
You know,
This,
get a
what
few
we're gonna
things
do is
sorted
mix some
out, maybe
Rhinox
get some
highlights
better.
and maybe some scarlet, and we can use that
Yeah, actually, that's a good
earlier
question.
on
Should I
to
use
bring some
hard
light to it.
drive disks or
For this,
solid
because
state
now we're going to
drives?
more controlled areas and more finer details.
Which
we're
one
actually
are
using the brush
more,
I have here,
well,
size
what would you
0
recommend?
from
Which
Las
one
Vegas.
would you
The
think
equivalent of say there was about a small layer
are the
brush,
better
so
pick?
something like that. Really what you want is just something that's going to hold a good point to it. So what we need to do is create the mix first of all by just bringing them together, and you can see Rhinox Hide is a very, very strong colour, so bear that in mind.
Because if I am correct, I have one hard, solid state drive
bring that into it.
and two hard drive disks, maybe 3 even, and one external hard drive.
But what we do need to do is make sure that we apply it gradually so it doesn't overwhelm too much in one go. So once again, I'm really going to thin that down to make sure it's diluted and under control, so we can build it up by adding a few coats of it. So bring it right down to about that sort of point here. Now bear in mind, if you just go straight from applying it like this, it's going to be too much because there's too much loaded on the brush. So use tissue to remove the excess. So this way it's not going to run out of control and start going patchy or anything like that. So with this, what we need to do is start looking towards the parts of the blade that we want to be cooler, which are generally going to be further away from the energy node. So as we go around the edge, what we want to do is kind of an edge highlight, really.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Yeah, Seagate's always been a good, reliable brand, and it's pretty decent on pricing, I think. I'm not sure how much is a... let's just look at that maybe. Oh, and Cool Blue even. Oh, and this is the internal one. That's even better. Oh yeah, they're not that expensive, and if you see what you get, like 105 for 2 terabytes. Yeah, but what's the difference between this, the Iron Roof, and the Barracuda? That's a... But there is quite... Let's see, this is for... Yeah, there is quite a price difference. Oh, here, Surveillance. Still, they're pretty decent. Too bad most are sold out. So you would... then I would probably go for Barracuda, since I do a bit of both. I play games, but I also use my computer for work and other things. Oh, I think it would be better to just go for all purpose one too.
Textured going along there.
I'm not going to get or make a whole ass new computer just for games.
Down the center, which is why we need this brush with the fine tip.
Or I could have the money for that, but it would take me
what we
around
want to do is start
4 years
bringing
to
it
get.
into this cooler area by just dotting it down the middle like that, just allowing some little breaks in it, just some little rough parts, and going down to about this point.
I need to ask my brother something real quick.
To overtake the central ridge. Now that's that first coat on there. Again, we want to just bring it down this side as well. So very gently, just dotting it along, letting it settle as it will. And there we go. So with that first coat applied, what I'm going to do is just mix in a tiny bit more Rhinox Hide into the mix, and again make sure it's nice and thin on the palette. And with this, I'm just going to start repeating this process, just being a little bit more delicate as I apply it. So just gently dotting it on, just running that same process so we get those little dark parts appearing all the way down.
I'm gonna go with you should know if those are on my motherboard. You help me get that thing out.
Now, if you want to too, you can start to introduce some little imperfections on the flat of the blade as well.
Well,
And to do
but that
this,
is
I'm just
something
going to
for
shift a
later,
little bit
maybe
back
more
towards
down
the
the
red
line
for it.
of the year.
But here, what we're aiming to do is just adding a few little scratches onto things. So, for example, just along here, just some little lines just introduced to give those little imperfections on the flat of that metal.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, that's good to know. Wait a minute,
I've added
I
that
think
first
I
batch of
could
scratches and
actually-
things
do
on
I
there,
have
and I'll just
that?
cool down the edges now, and you
Oh,
can see
yeah, I
the
have some
variety of
box.
reds we
You
got
put
on
this
there
on
is
the
just
box.
because I was mixing the
Skip the
Rhinox Hide and Evil Suns as I went
Yes.
along. So every time I remove the coat, I change the
Good.
colour slightly,
Right.
I just do the same thing. But now it comes to Rhinox Hide on its own, and this is for the very coldest parts of the blade. So this is the same sort of technique, only just a bit more delicately applied. So that edge highlighting just to get the really dark parts, to get a real strong contrast there between the
Oh wait,
brightest
I
parts and the
kept
darkest
the
parts. So I'm
manuals
also
on our
going to take
difference.
it down the
It's
side of
just
the
the
blade
old,
too, again just
the
focusing
old
on the parts
motherboard
that
and
have already got
CPU.
that darker colour on and just pushing it a little
Still
bit
need to
further
plug that
on
back
those
into my
parts.
old PC
When it
too.
comes to those scratches on the blade, you can,
I
again, if
plan
you
on
want
making
to, just
that
go
thing
over
a
one or two of
backup,
these,
just a
just to make them have that
plain
little bit more
old one
contrast.
like,
So, for example,
with
this
some
large
spare
one
parts. I
here,
mean, I
just
have an old
adding a bit of
graphic
the dark
card,
colour to it.
an
The
old
same with this one,
CPU.
just
Oh wait, I
here.
don't have no
But you can see
graphics
it's
card
just a matter
anymore.
of taking your time with it and just being as
I
steady
mean,
as
it could
possible,
probably
which is
run
where I
fine if I
appreciate
used
it
the
really does help
BioWare
out.
itself.
Now, like any kind of weathering, bear in mind when you're doing these scratches on the blade, it is
I'm
possible to
getting a
get carried
message
away with
from
it
my
because it
phone.
looks
What
really
is
cool.
it?
But when you're happy with it, stop there because
Oh,
it's much harder to take these away than it is to add a few more.
it's on the
I finished
top
dotting on that
again.
Rhinox hide, and there we go. The Molten Steel Sword
But like
is
with Hi-Fi
complete.
Rush,
And so you
I
can see
am
doing this
trying
is really
to
about, first of all, building up that gradient. And doing
not
this is
look
quite an
at
organic
spoilers as
process
much.
where you will have to go back and forth between the colours just to adjust until you're happy. And that's where having a wet palette really comes in here. It's very important to have that to help you play around with the colours until you are happy with it. But then to really sell the effect is about adding that colder brown on top of it. So you give this sort of parts where it's a little bit cooler. And when doing this, remember, it's like weathering. So
Strange
be
why
careful not to go
stream
overboard.
isn't
Just
working all
carefully
of a
dot the
sudden on
lines
my
on, just
channel.
having that control, just slowly building it up with the different tones on there before finishing off the dark brown. But when you are happy with it, stop there just so you don't go overboard because it's much harder to take that effect away than it is to add a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit more.
working on other channels, so why isn't it on mine suddenly? Pump activity did something. Oh yeah, to
The
this
second method we're
printer
going to take a
server.
look at is to create a more sort of shimmering effect on the blade, so almost crystalline in a way. And doing this, you can really do it with just about any colour that you want. But for our example, what we're going to use is some jade greens, which look particularly nice, very sort of almost ethereal and perfect for Eldari and sort of elven things, stuff like that. But for this, what we're going to do is start out like in the previous video by establishing a nice base coat and then glazing on the top of it to build up the tone. Now for this kind of thing, I personally like to go for a dark
does it
colour
open
as a
over
starting
there?
point and gradually work my way up through lighter colours, but some people prefer to start light and then work their way down. The reason why I prefer starting with dark is because I find it's just a little bit more forgiving, because when you're going from the light and working dark colours on top of it, they can be very strong very quickly. So doing the way around I'm doing here, I just find it's easy to
Wait, why is
control.
it sitting
The
like
choice
that?
really is yours, and I do encourage you to try it out and see what you prefer. But for this, what I'm going to do is start out with a really deep jade green. So what I've got is some Incubi Darkness. And what we want to do is just establish that really smooth base coat first of all. So I've gone back to that regiment brush to apply this. And what we're looking to do is just like with the previous method, get that really smooth finish
And
to
why
it.
didn't
So
anybody
this is all
say
about making sure
anything
the
about
blade's
it?
nicely thinned down. And to go into this, expecting a few thin coats, but to apply the paint in that sort of sweeping motion to avoid brush marks appearing. So once that paint is thinned down, all you got to do is paint your blade. And here we go. This time we've got one from a Howling Banshee.
Oh,
What we're
that's
looking
one
at
of
is the
those,
blade along here. So all I'm going to do is start at the base and just work my way up with that smooth motion to get that even
What
finish
it
there
called
like
again?
that. Then let it dry and apply a second thin coat
Not one
in
of
the
those
exact same
figures.
way.
Still need to build / paint that thing too. Like I said, one of the many
Built
projects
up
I
that
have.
smooth coat of Incubi Darkness, and so now we're going to move on to really building up the colour and making it lighter. And what we need to do at this point is decide where that's going to be. On curved swords like this, I find it's nicest to have the brighter colour kind of following the crest of the blade around about there, which means we're going to be doing that side, and on the back of the blade we're going to be doing the opposite.
Ooh.
So that means at the base on this
What
side.
can you
just
get
here.
for what can you
So
get
what we
for
need
your
to do is
prime?
step towards the lighter sort of colours that we're going to be using here. And the first one I'm going to use is going to be some
I'm curious
Carolite
what
green.
you're going to
Now,
get.
this, what I'm going to do is start glazing it thinly onto the blade, building it up with successive layers to make the colour stronger, more direct to where we want it by just doing more steps in those areas where we want the colour to be stronger. Now it's quite forgiving doing this, so don't worry about it becoming too strong or anything going wrong, because you can easily adjust if you want to, which we'll show you as we go along. But what we need to do is to set up for this, and the trick to doing it is to be applying the coats as thinly
wow,
as
Elder
possible.
Scrolls 3.
So that means really thinning them down on your palette.
Wasn't that?
having the wet
No,
coat
that was
really
4
not
that came with
out
the
here,
horse
which ensures
DLC,
they keep pliable for
I
a long
believe.
time. And you can see what I'm
and
doing
more
is just gradually
DLC.
adding a bit more water into the mix and just testing it on the
big
palette.
joke.
And then what we're looking to do is to get it so that when we apply it, it'll be really thin. Now, at the moment, the colour's a little bit too
I'm
strong
actually
for what I
thinking
want.
about
So
it.
I'm just going
Could I
to
do
put
a
just a bit
playthrough
more water in
Skyrim,
there.
like just the
And then we'll
original
try
game,
that
or
next to it. So
heavily
that's
modded?
looking a little bit better. It's a little
I
bit
mean,
weaker.
I've pretty much
I'm
got
happy with
everything.
that.
I've got the
So the idea here
Game
then
of
is
the
to
Year
apply
edition
it
from
as
the
thin
Elder
coats. So
Scrolls.
just use
I've
a
got
tissue
the
to remove excess
Game of
paint,
the Year
load up
edition.
fresh,
Yeah,
and
I can
then
play that.
the
I can play
motion,
the
what
Elder
we're
Scrolls
looking to
5
do is to follow
Skyrim
the crest
just
of the
like
blade
plain
across
old
there. So you're going to be
normal.
starting around about this point down here.
I
It's quite
can
far to do
play
from
it
the base of the
heavily
blade.
modded,
And then I'm just going to follow the
which
cutting
would
edge
not be a
all the
problem
way up
anymore due to the
and
amount of
then
RAM I
off
have.
across like that.
I can
Now, that
play
motion is
the
important
HD
because
remake,
if you
or the
stop
HD
and pull
version.
away, you'll deposit
I
more
can play
paint.
that heavily
So what we need
modded
to do is to do
too.
that motion so that that doesn't really
Hmm.
happen. So
Might
on the
ask some
back of the
people
blade,
about
I'm
it,
going to
see
be
if
doing
they
the
would
opposite,
be
starting
interested in
around
playing
here.
it or in
I've got
watching
this
it.
angle just because the helmet being in the way, but we just want to follow it all the way down and again sort of swoosh away from it like that. Now, if you apply it thinly enough, you can see it dries very, very quickly, even though we can't see a great deal happening. But that's okay, because as we add more steps onto this, we'll build up the colour. So once again, I'm going to apply it on the cutting
Now,
edge,
I should
going all
probably
the way up
post
to
a
the end,
picture
and
on
then swooshing
Twitter
away
or
like that.
somewhere
And
about
on
the
the back,
update
I'm
on
just
the
doing the
Lego
same thing on the opposite
880.
side. So starting about there, following it all the way down to the base, and then away like that. So what I'm going to do now is just carry on doing this back and forth, just making sure each time it's dry before I do the
I
next
mean,
one. just
we're
making
probably
sure the
talking
tip
about
of
a
it just
Twitch
gets
integration
dry.
mod, which should
And
probably
there we go,
work.
that's enough.
Would be fun.
So I
See
expect
what
this to
the
take quite a few coats, but you can see every time I do another
what's the
coat,
worst that could
the
happen.
green just gets a
Famous
little
last
bit
words,
stronger.
but
So it's just a matter of having patience, taking your time and building it up. So I've applied lots of those glazing layers, and you can see now I built up the blade to have Cabalite green effectively solidly up at this sort of point here and this point down here. And by applying each of those coats successfully in that sort of step motion, so each time just getting a little bit more focused towards the tip of the blade, so first one there, second one there, third one there, all the way up to the tip, we've got that nice transition happening on either side.
yeah,
However,
wasn't that under a
sometimes
lot
we
of
might get too
fire
stark
a
a
few years
transition, and I
ago?
think on this
Like
bit
with
here,
depth
it's a little
threats
bit
and
too
all?
stark.
Oof.
So what do you do in that case? Well, it's very simple.
Yeah,
What you do is just take
Fire
one step
Together
back to the
mod.
previous colour and just glaze that
I
back
remember
over
that one.
transition.
I
So in this
read
case,
about it a few
that means
times.
returning to Incubi Darkness, which I still have on the palette. And with this, I'm just going to glaze it back over. So it's just a matter of reactivating some of that paint. Just making sure it's that really thin consistency that we want. So whenever glazing, just testing on the palette to make sure it's translucent like that. And then just getting a small amount and just applying it directly over that transition. So remember the sweeping motion. This time we're going to be going back that way. So I want to start around about here and just take it over like that. And all we need to do is this 2 or 3 times, and that will be fixed right up. And with that, we've now built up our first transition of the green, and so what we need to do is just take it further. So now it's time to step to an even lighter green. In this case, it's going to be Cyberite green, and apply that in the same sort of way, glazing it on, successfully building it up with those steps that are going to be getting smaller and smaller to make the colour brighter towards the tip of the blade and the base of it on the black. So we need to set up just like we were doing with Cabalite green earlier, so a little bit of Cyberite green on the palette.
I have that green lying around.
Thinning it down so it's really
No, that's a different one. I'll have Caliban green
as well, so we get that glazing.
I do have Orc Flesh.
Build it up.
It's a very nice green,
so
a bit of grass greeny. So I use it for base mostly.
You apply this, so we'll determine how many coats you need to do. But just
when I actually make a base, that is.
It up. And remember, if it does become too much or you get too sudden a transition, you can always step back to the previous colour to glaze over it to ease it back together. But you just need to prepare your paint by getting it like that. Make sure there's not loads on there, and then you just got to start applying those thin coats. So in this case, I'm starting on the cutting edge, and remember the motion, it's that sweeping motion. So now we're going to be starting around about here as we get to Cabalite green solidly, and just going all the way up to the tip of the blade and then going beyond it. Now remember, that is really important. If you stop there, what you'll get is a big blob of paint appearing on the end of the blade, and so that sweep is important to just carry it on to get the smooth transition. On the back of the blade, same is true. Again, just angle so you can access it easily. Look for where it's Cabalite green solidly and begin the process at that stage. So we're looking at there. And back to the tip of the blade, a little bit further up this time, so about there, and then once again all the way up to the tip. And then the same on the other side. And just keep on going until you get solid Cyberite green appearing around about this sort of area and around about that kind of area there.
Flash forward.
And here we have the sword of that Cyberite green built up, but at the moment it's not quite bright enough for what we want here, so I'm going to go one step lighter now with some more glazing, this time using some Gorse Blaster green. And the application is going to be just the same, but now we're just focusing those stages further and further towards the top and the base of the blade. So what we need to do is set it up just like before, adding plenty of that water into there, make it nice and thin. And like before, what I'm just going to do here is just thin it down and keep testing it on the palette. And you can see now it's
Different
really
colours
jumped
on
up all
there,
those darker
just
colours. So it's
green.
quite bright now, but so long as we
Not
apply
even
it
have
thinly,
space to
we
store
get that
that,
nice
to
gradual
store that.
gradient going into the lighter colour.
I did
So
find
once
a
we've got
very
that thin
nice
grey, what we're going to do is
wooden
start focusing towards the tip of the blade, and again, each
or
step is
company
going to be
that could
slightly
make
smaller than the
them,
previous one,
but they were
just going higher and higher.
stationed
So
in
this case, we're
America.
looking at around about here,
Yeah,
coming up to the tip,
so
around
that was
sort
quite a
of sweeping
problem, and
motion.
I was like,
Then
oh
down here, we
well,
want to go about
that
this distance
sucks.
down to the base. So there,
And I
like
couldn't
that.
get them in
Just building
Amazon
it up
either.
until we've got that full bright colour at the very tip and very base of the blade. And there we go, we've got the Gauss Blaster green on the blade as well, and so now we can move on to the next phase of painting it, which is no longer going to be glazing, but instead some edge highlighting now to give that sharp finish to it. And for this we're going to start out by using some Gauss Blaster green again, but then after that we need to push it a bit further on some parts. So here we need a pure white. I'm going to use some matte white from the Army Painter for this. Finally, what we need to do is a little bit of black for some fine lining around the base of the blade, and depending on the blade it will vary as to what parts you do here. But for this what you need is a pitch black, so here I'm going to use some matte black also from the Army Painter. But first of all, what we need is that Gauss Blaster green, and to apply this, switch to a finer brush now. So I've actually changed to that size 0 from Artist Opus, but really any sort of smaller, finer brush that holds a good point will do here. So a small layer from Citadel, for example, anything you're comfortable with. And with it, what we need to do is set ourselves up as if we were going to be edge highlighting. So thin that paint down, just testing on the palette. Not as thin as we had it before, but still make sure it's flowing easily from your brush. And remember, you can always test it on the palette, see how well it's coming from there. That's not quite thin enough just yet, so I'll just add a touch more to that. That's feeling much better now, and I'm getting, there we go, better flow from the brush as I test it on the palette there. So with this, first of all, what we need to do is an edge highlight going around the outside of the blade all the way around. So approach it with the side of your brush and just very gently skim along, following it all the way down so you get this really bright colour going all the way down to the base. Now notice the motion I'm doing here is again that similar sweeping motion, and it's to ensure a smooth line going all the way down. Now it probably will be a little bit translucent, so all you do is apply one coat, let it dry, and then do a second coat in the same way. And this includes on the reverse as well, so again just make sure it's nice and comfortable in your hands. Just turn the model as you need to and go all the way around the other side. So there we go, let's do that second coat on the front of the blade just to make it a little bit stronger. So again, do the side of the brush and just skim your way all the way down that blade to get that highlight there like that. Now with this done, we then got what is probably the trickiest part about painting this kind of effect, which is to paint that highlight that goes down the middle of the blade. Now, when doing this, mistakes might happen, but don't worry about it. First of all, it's just a matter of making sure you're nice and steady, and then very gently just following it all the way down, those smooth motions to get that smooth highlight down that central ridge. Now, if you do make a mistake, all you need to do is go back to the relevant colour of the part you've gone over and just apply it on that small area. As long as you're painting this highlight on in this controlled manner, it becomes very easy to fix up because any mistakes will be very small. You can see it's just a matter of following it all the way down to the base of the blade. I'm happy with that edge highlight, but before we move on to the next colour, what I want to do is just add a few lines on here to give the impression of light shimmering within the blade. And to do this, I'm still using Gauss Blaster green, and I've thinned it down just a little bit more. And what I'm looking to do is just a few little lines, almost pointing up towards the tip of the blade, going from the middle. So very gently in areas like that, just to give that little impression of light refracting on the inside of the sword.
Pardon me.
Next up, we need some matte
nice.
white, and this is first of all an edge highlight focused on the parts that we glaze with Gauss Blaster green. So that means towards the tip of the sword, so very gently on here.
I don't think he's painted the other side because he's very careful not to show that.
Things. Nice and steady as you apply that colour. Same as well on the back down here where it went a little bit lighter. And then what we need to do is just add some dots of this where we get these little refractions.
It's funny with that sword though, it doesn't look at all like a Warhammer sword, but it is.
Areas such as just here and just here. And then finally what we need is some thin down matte black, and with this what we're just going to do is just redefine the darkest area where the sword blade meets the hilt. So in that case it's going to be just in here, just running it into that deepest recess just to key it out. Now in this case you can see it's pretty simple, but on other swords it can be more complex, like if there's runes or anything like that. And just use this colour there just to help give them a little bit of definition. And there we go. With that, the shimmering crystalline blade is complete. And as you've seen, doing this is really once again about steadily building up those glazes.
Hold on, I want to see. I want to check something. Now we're gonna. Let's see.
As you said, in doing this is right. And as you've seen,
You can't see it. I'm pretty sure he didn't paint the background or the other side. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, if you see how long it took him just to
This
get
is really
one
once again
side done.
about steadily building up those glazes to get that transition of the colour, to get a nice gradient from dark to light really smoothly. And remember, you can always go back to previous colours to
What did
adjust
I
it should
hit?
you need to.
Oh,
Now,
just
this kind of
the
technique, you really can play around with it. You
thing
can really do
for
any
showing
colour
the
you
text.
want. And if you're anything like me, you'll like to start from dark and go to light because you like the control you can get. Though some people do prefer to go from light to dark, and you can get some really popping colours in doing that. So I do recommend you try it out. You can also play around with the colours too and try and going from one colour to another. So for example, a really deep purple to a really light blue. So what I recommend you do is just have fun with it and see what you can come up with.
Energized. It seems quite shocking.
The third and final method we're going to take a look at is to do a sword where energy is crackling through the blade, almost like lightning. And this is going to be great for anything that you want to have a magical feel, so warrior wizards, for example, or anything with a lightning feel going on there. But also it's great for heroic troops because it looks really heroic, so fantastic for Space Marines, which is what I'm going to be doing for my example just here. And this can once again be done in any
Oh
colour.
yeah, Games Workshop actually lost the license to specifically call their Space Marines Space Marines,
and what we need to do
because
is
the
start
term
out
has
with a nice deep
become
dark
too
colour once
generic.
again. And in this case, I'm going to use some Stegadon Scale Green because it's got a hint of green in it. Don't be fooled by the name though, it is going to look blue by the time that we're finished with this. So what we need to do is start out with that base coat, and once again we're just looking for that really smooth finish to the entirety of the blade. So I've gone back to my regiment brush for this, and it's just a matter of just getting it thinned down as ever with that little bit of water so it's really
Well,
smooth,
use the triangle
and then thinly
ones.
applying it onto the blade.
I do know
against
that the
multiple
Army
thin
Painter
coats
has
to
like
ensure it's really
round
smooth
of
for what we're doing
like
on top. So just going to get the paint right down to about this sort of point here, and then it's just a matter
brushes
of applying it to
which
the
have
sword,
a round grip
those
and
smooth
brushes that have
motions. So we just want to make sure we apply it all the way
triangle
up
grip.
like this with once again 2 or 3 coats. With that base coat built up, we're now going to move on to start to edge highlight it straight away.
I would actually just leave the sword like that because I already like the color a lot. It's funny that it's called green. It's, I really think it looks more like a blue one.
Already, but what we're going to do with this is a fairly broad edge highlight. So as we get to lighter colours and narrow them, we're going to start to get a real sharp effect as we get close to the edge of the blade. So we need that Thousand Suns blue, and to apply it I've switched now to my size 0 brush from Artist Opus, but for this if you want to go to Citadel, you can a small layer brush. Anything with a good point
not like
really.
that.
And what we want to do is, as ever, get the paint
Like
thinned down
that, so
for
that I
edge
can
highlighting. So we're looking for
put
that
it over
smooth
here.
flow from the brush. The thickness of the paint doesn't matter so much here for the actual, for it obscuring really. What we can always do is apply a few coats to really build it up, but just make sure it's flowing really well so you get that smooth application onto the miniature. So this is looking pretty good. So what we need to do is start out with the outside edge. And for this kind of thing, I'll go on the side of the brush to begin with to get that initial line that we want to go all the way around the outside, so all the way along there. But we do want this highlight to be a little bit broader than we normally do. So to do that kind of thing, what I'm actually going to do, rather than going at about 45 degrees, is just bring the brush a little bit flatter like this. So this way it's making large contact, and we can bring that line a little bit further into the blade. Now when we get to that central ridge, what we need to do is that line running down the middle. So in this case, it's going to be a case of just following it straight down. And for this, again, we just want a slightly broader highlight than we normally would do for an edge highlight. So just allow the colour to go a little bit on either side to get that fairly thick line going down the middle. And there we are, that fairly broad highlight's been applied, but what we need to do is take it much further now, going right up to white. So here we're going to start out with some Ahriman blue as another edge highlight, then some Baharoth blue, and then finally some matte white to finish it off. But first of all, what we need is Ahriman blue, and for this edge highlight, we're going to be retracing our steps, only this time we need to make the line narrower, so just more selective really to start making it lighter towards the very edge of the blade and the very centre of it too. So we just need to get that paint set up once again for edge highlighting, just testing it until you're happy, and once you are happy, then what we're looking to do is to start out again on the outside edge of the blade. Now remember on the previous step, I was fairly flat on the blade to get that sort of thicker highlight on the edge. In this case, I'm turning more towards that 45 degrees so that as I apply it, the line is thinner, and you can see now I'm getting that gradient going from darker in the middle, getting lighter the further out we go. When you get to that central ridge, it's a matter of painting that line down the middle once again, but this time just making that line thinner and in the middle, so very gently down here.
You can see it very well at the top what he's trying.
Next up we need some Baharoth blue, once again edge highlighted on, and this time we want an even finer line. So approach it in this kind of skimming motion, just lightly working your way down so we get that nice fine line going all the way down there. And then also we want to get that central line once again as neatly as possible. Do the finest line you can down the very middle. And then finally, you're ready for a pure white. So here I'm using some matte white from the Army Painter. And with this, once again, we need to edge highlight it, but not all the way this time. Instead, what we're going to do is just concentrate towards the end of the sword. So we're looking at this kind of area around here, just steadily building it up with 1 or 2 coats, just to make it brighter at the very tip. And also if the sword has any kind of features going down it that stand out, such as these little spikes, you also want to get these 2 to make them appear a little bit sharper. So just a bit towards the end of those there. Now when it comes to that central ridge, this time we don't want to go all the way down. Instead, again, just focus it towards the end of the sword. So we're looking at this sort of area around here with, once again, 1 or 2 thin coats. Then also for the power node, I just want to make that brighter as well. The brightest point just needs to be in the very middle of this area here. And with that, we then finish the edge highlighting. And to be honest with you could just leave the blade here if you wanted to, but what we're going to do is take it further by adding that sort of lightning effect to give the energy running through the middle of it. And this is once again going to be one of those things where really you have to make a call on where you want the source of the energy to be. In this case, it's going to be that power node on the blade, but if you're doing something fantasy with runes on, you might want to do it from them or the hills of the sword. The choice really is yours. But once you have decided what to do for this and where to start it out, what you need to do is return to Thousand Suns Blue, only this time I'm going to glaze it on the area where the power is coming from. And this is just sort of setting up a slightly lighter colour in that area, so as we move on to the lightning, we've got something to build from. So we just need that Thousand Suns Blue. This time, as I mentioned,
got a bug or something?
Glaze it on. So it's just a matter of
Just
really thinning
don't
it
go
down
in too
on the
much
palette.
detail
So
about it.
good
I
amount
want to
of
play that
water
game later.
mixed in there, and then really importantly, make sure you apply it thinly in those thin coats to build the colour up. So what we need to do then is just get it down to about the correct point. So just a touch more water, I think. And this is looking pretty good. And then it's just a matter of making sure there's only a small amount in the brush. I'm happy with that, so we can start applying it. And we're looking at this area then around the node. So what I want to do is apply it onto this kind of area here very thinly. So that nice thin coat around that part, just letting it dry. And if it's applied thinly enough, it'll dry very quickly. And you can see it's dry now. So I can start moving into the next coat, and I'm just going to build it up until I get a soft Thousand Suns Blue surrounding that area. I've built up that glaze with the Thousand Suns Blue, and you can see it's giving now a subtle glow around the node, but we need to push it a little bit further before we go into the lightning. So now we need to do the same thing using some Araman Blue.
You killed somebody in Hogwarts.
But applying it's going to be just the same as what we're doing. So once again,
boy.
just really thin on your palette, just really adding that water to it and checking to make sure it's really smooth. And then, really importantly, make sure you're only applying a small amount.
I mean, it's a way to defeat your opponent.
Focusing
Oh
around
boy.
the central node, so just being a little bit tighter around it, this sort of area, just around here. And as is the case with this glaze and all these kind of techniques
I
we've been
think
doing,
my brother
just
would
build
like
it up
that
until you're
one.
happy. And if it does end up jumping too much in one small area, you can always go back to the previous colour just to glaze back and even it out before you move on to the next stage. We've now finished building the glow around the node, so we can move on to the next stage, which is to add the lightning on top. And for this, we're still going to use some Araman Blue to get started with. And what we're looking to do here is use
well, that makes
the
sense.
layout for the lightning with some fairly broad highlights, speaking in comparison to how sharp these are going to be. But then over the top of that, we're going to add some lighter colours to really focus it, so we get that gradient, much like we did with the edge highlighting. So what we need to do is to set up for essentially freehanding. And so this is a lot like getting ready for edge highlighting. We're looking for that similar consistency where it flows well from the brush, but we want to overload the brush so that it runs out of control. So on your palette, it's all about just making sure you thin it down to this sort of point here, just testing it to make sure it's flowing well, and you can always test on the palette, just see how it runs.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. So
I'm more surprised he already knows that
now,
spell.
for this, definitely make sure you go for the finest brush you have access to, because you want a really fine tip here. So I'm again still using that size 0 from our Sopus. The Citadel equivalent would be a small layer brush, but anything that holds a really good point will do.
Oh
for
boy.
us.
Let's
What we
hope
want
you
to
made
do
a
is
save
start
before
painting
doing
these little
that.
sharp straight lines, which are going to be more concentrated around the energy node, so around the source of the lightning. What we want to do is start adding these little lines on, which of course we won't see very strongly against it because that's what we were using for the glazing here. But as we get further away from it, we're going to start seeing that blue appearing as we draw out from it more and more. So it's just a matter of just adding these little lines on, adjusting as you need to. Now the first coat is going to be a little bit translucent, but don't worry about that because this means it's nice and easy to fix using Stegadon Scale Green should you need to. So once you've painted it on and you're happy with it, just go over a second time just to make the colour a little bit stronger before you move on to the next stage. Once you're happy with those lines of lightning, the next thing to do is to make them brighter. And so what we now need to do is return to some Baharoth Blue and then matte white once again to really make them pop. And we're starting out with Baharoth Blue, which I'm applying to the same brush, same kind of technique, but what we need to do is just make the lines finer than what we had in the previous stage. And we are going to be largely tracing over what we had previously. It's just to kind of make it a little bit brighter. And because we had that fairly broad highlight originally, what this is going to do is just give that nice sort of graduation of colour, making it brighter as you get further towards the middle of each piece of the lightning. So just make sure your paint's thin for that freehanding. So approach it as if you're going to be edge highlighting with a kind of consistency. And when you're happy with it and you've got that fine tip on the brush,
Let's hope
so
so.
you start looking for those lines and going over them. So really brace your hands so you're as steady as possible and just take your time here, just looking for them and just tracing along. Now you don't have to go over every single line, but you do want to go over most of them just to get that brighter line just in the middle of each one. Just taking your time, doing 2 coats if you need to, just to build up the colour and make it nice and bright. And remember, as you get further down towards the energy source, just make the lines a little bit more intense so it appears that the effect is stronger around about this area.
Mhm.
Once you're happy with the bright colour, you're then ready to move on to your pure white. So here I'm using matte white, and with this, for the further out parts away from the node, what we're looking to do is just little dots this colour wherever these lines intersect. So these little brighter points, just very gently dotting it on, taking your time, being as steady as possible to build up those little specks of colour. Now, as you get further down towards the node, what we need to do is just make this more intense. So as you get to these little sort of intersections, just bring it out a little bit into the surrounding area. So you get more of kind of little stars, really, just so it goes a little bit whiter as you go around this area. Now, it's just a matter then of just taking your time and building it up. And if you want to adjust anything, you certainly can do by just going back to the colours underneath this effect and just essentially using it to rub parts out or add a few more if you need to. But it's just a matter of just having that patience and taking your time, just building up these little bits of white. And with that, the energy effect on the sword is now complete. And so as you've seen with this one, whilst it used quite a few colours to just build up a blue blade, it does make a difference having all those steady highlights getting brighter and brighter. And even though the line for it is very narrow, it has a lot of depth, makes the colour much more rich. And so it's ideal for this kind of thing where you're trying to give the effect of something within the blade happening. When it comes to painting in that lightning, this is really a matter where having a good quality brush does make a difference. So what you want is a really nice
I've
one that
noticed
holds a very
that.
fine tip. And if you
Brushes
get
are
one of those,
important.
you'll find painting that lightning is so much easier than it would be otherwise. And there you go, 3 fantastic methods of painting blades on the weapons of your miniatures. And even though we use swords for the example there, you can very easily port this over to paint any kind of bladed weapon you might want to do, be it axes, spears, or anything else. But also you can take these techniques and apply it to blunt weapons too, like hammers and mauls. Just follow the same principles, looking for highlighting again on those corners, following the same techniques that we were using in this video.
I should probably try
Now,
this
the key
when I
thing
have the
about this
time.
is to make sure that when you're applying the paint to those blades, you keep it as smooth and as thin as possible to ensure you get that smooth finish. You don't want to get any texture on there because these weapons need to look like they're polished and nice and clean and very well maintained, so you need that
Yeah.
smoothness for it.
Because
This
everything
means
in
this does
Warhammer
take a
is
bit of
fairly
patience,
clean
because
and well
often when you're applying those
maintained.
thin coats, it'll look like nothing's happening, but you've got to stick with it and slowly build it up, and that way you'll get that smooth finish. So have fun painting those blades, and we'll see you all again very soon.
I know I actually put something in my thingy, but what else do we have? Dang, we're already speedrunning the game. That's just a speedrunning game. And you marry 12 people at once. This seems like fun. I'm gonna add this to watch later. Yeah, he is fun to watch. I watch him from time to time. Depends on what he's playing. Hmm. Where the hell? Oh yeah, he appeared in the Barnyards. I never saw where he appeared though. I don't know if it was in the movie or the episode. Sucks though that I didn't see it. Baker about him. Wait, what? That way. Nice effect lines. I think about at 3 a.m. That guy's just JoJo posing with this gun. The entire Armstrong, but with Sonic Frontier music. Which board should you play? Meeting the Black Dragon in the first chapter. General Ierdo Firebending. Don't care much. The Amazing Bootleg Optimus Prime. Hellsinger Breached. Yeah, it was a fun series.
No matter who you are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's
Or
just watch
how long
this
you've been
one.
painting miniatures, mistakes always happen, and they certainly happen a lot to me. And this is something that can be a little bit disheartening, but you shouldn't let it get you down because it's just a natural part of painting models. In this video, this is exactly what we're going to be talking about. We're going to show you some of the most common mistakes made when painting miniatures and how to fix them as well. Now, if you enjoy what you see here, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell too, so you don't miss out on any future content.
I should probably
And
get
if you
some
really
more
like what
coffee
you see
soon.
here, then why not check out DuncanRhodes.com, which is our membership website that's packed full of videos just like this. Anyway, without further ado, let's get to the desk.
No, you don't use stick, but you thin down your
The
paint.
first common mistake I want to talk about is what to do if you overspray the miniature. And by this, I mean you've applied too much spray paint when you're undercoating it. And well, this is a really common mistake to happen when you're starting out in the hobby, but to be honest, it can happen to anyone. And sometimes the spray paint can go a little bit weird for all sorts of reasons. For example, the weather might cause it to act strangely, it might go blotchy or grainy or something like that. Or indeed, you might even have some old secondhand miniatures that you want to strip the paint off and start painting them again, and this will work for those as well. And to do it, what you need to do is to strip the paint, and there's lots of things you can get out there that are great for this, but you've got to be careful because sometimes they might cause some damage to the model as well. For example,
we just
something I've
use
used a lot is
99.9%
acetone
isopropyl alcohol and Exonic cleaner for it.
very quickly.
After
But
that,
it's
it
only
just
good for
comes
metal
off like
miniatures
1, 2,
because it will
3.
damage plastic and resin ones, so it's a bit limited as to what you can use it on. So what you need to do first of all is just check around, see what things are available to you and what you can get a hold of that's great for it. And there are some specific products that are designed for it. For example, I've got one just here, which is what we're going to use in this video. This is from AK Interactive. This is their paint stripper. This stuff's great because it works on metal, resin and plastic as well. And we're going to use it on a plastic miniature in this example because I've got Space Marine here who has been, well, bravely sacrificed for the cause just here because I put on a lot of spray paint onto him. And you can see it's gone all kind of cracked in the corners around there, around that shoulder plate. It doesn't look very nice, so we want to get it off and start afresh. So to do this, what you need to do is to get some things together. I've got them just here. What I've got is the paint stripper, which I poured into this glass. Now, this of course means I'm using quite a lot of it in one go, so this is great if you're doing like a squad and you want to strip whole models. You can just paint it onto specific areas if you want to remove little bits of paint, but if you're doing a number of miniatures, this is the way to go. So I've got that ready. I've also got some water here, which is soapy, so I'll put in some dishwasher into there, so it's going to be good for cleaning the model later on. I also have two toothbrushes. I've got this one, which I'm going to be using to remove the paint, and this one to help out with the cleaning later on. And so what we need to do is just get the miniature, submerge it into the stripper, and then leave it for 3 minutes.
Why, Primark? Why? No, that's a different one I have.
It's been 3 minutes and I've now put on a glove to protect my hand because what we need to do now is fish the miniature out of there. So you just need to dig them out, there we go, and then make sure you get some tissue down because this bit's a little bit messy. You get your toothbrush that's there for stripping the paint, and all you do is just start scrubbing and you'll see the paint starts coming away straight away. Now it might stain the plastic still, but what matters is that you get down to that sharp detail, so just keep on going until it reveals itself. If whilst doing this you find the paint starts to get a little bit tacky again, don't worry about it, just pop it back in the stripper for another 30 seconds and then carry on until you're happy. I'm I've been scrubbing for a few minutes, and you can see whilst that plastic is indeed a little bit stained, the detail is now sharp once again. So what we need to do is to clean it, because there is still some of that stripper on there. So we need to wash the figure, and that's what this other liquid's for. This is the soapy water. All you got to do is just drop your miniature into there, and then using your other toothbrush to swirl it around just to make sure it's properly submerged. And then it's just a matter of scrubbing it once more. So like before, just need to fish him back out. And then once again, just start scrubbing with the clean brush. And once done this, just a matter of getting some tissue and drying your miniature, and then you're good to go. And there we are, the model's now been completely dried and it's ready to be repainted. And whilst in some places it might look a little bit dusty or rough, for example on that knee there, it does feel completely smooth to the touch, which means as soon as the new primer's put on there, you won't even notice. Now, of course, the main way to fix this kind of thing is prevention and avoid it happening in the first place. And so with that in mind, always make sure you read the instructions on the spray can that you're going to be using and remember the key points. And those are to make sure that you shake the can for at least 2 minutes before you use it, to make sure you hold it 30 centimeters away from the miniature that you're spraying, and to make sure that you apply it in short bursts.
Yeah.
Another common mistake I often see, and in fact I've seen this an awful lot, especially when doing seminars and things, is people not putting enough wash onto details to get that definition. Now the reason for this makes complete sense, because people first of all don't want to waste any paint, so they're trying to minimize how much they're using. But in addition, they don't want to get it to clog up detail or anything like that. So the thin coats thing. And washes though, it doesn't quite apply in the same way. You want to get enough on there that you get that definition, but not so much that you clog the detail. So you can see why this will lead people to not putting on enough. Now I've got a Space Marine here where I've got this as an example on his bolt rifle just here, and essentially what's happened is, I'll just use a little bit of water to illustrate what's happening here. People just get a small amount on there, they start applying it, and you can see the sort of shine I get from the water just there. It dries really quickly, so there's not enough time to get it across the entire thing, thereby establishing an even coat across it and get the definition standing out and adjusting as you need to before it starts to dry, which means you get an uneven finish on things. In some places, such as around the barrel of the gun, there's hardly anything, so you can see there's no definition, whereas on the back, it's kind of dried really flat, so again, there's no real definition. However, on the magazine down here, there's a blotch at the bottom, so it's a bit too dark, and it's not even. It basically just looks a little bit messy. It's not very nice. So
I mean,
what
it's a
you do is
Space
fix
Marine,
that
isn't
up,
it
and luckily
supposed to
doing
look
so
messy?
is really, really simple, because we've already got those base coats on there. What we need to do is just re-establish those base coats by basically reapplying them, but because the colour's already there, you just need one thin coat. So for example, if we start with Mephiston Red, which I've got just here, all you need to do is get a small amount of this ready. So I'll just get a little bit onto my palette, make sure it's really thin.
I have the same wet palette as he does.
There, get nice and thin there like that. And all you do is just paint this back over those red areas. And because the wash is so thin there anyway, you're not going to see it showing through. So all you got to do is look for those red areas, just reapply them, and the same on the silver and the gold as well. I finished neatening up all those base colours, and so now ready to reapply the wash to it. And what we need to do is consider how big an area that we're going to be applying the wash to make sure that we apply the correct amount and use the right brush for it. Because depending on how big the area is, you should pick a brush that's appropriate to it. So for an entire miniature, for example, you want to go for something really large, like one of Citadel's medium wash brushes. In the case of this bolt rifle, though, I want a kind of medium-sized brush, so I'm going to use a regiment brush from the Army Painter. And I've got some Nuln Oil here that I'm going to be washing over the gun, and with this I'm going to be using a palette. Now you don't have to use a palette for this. If you're still fairly new to the hobby, it's a good idea to do so because you can clearly see how much paint you've got on your brush. It's a bit tricky to see it when it's inside the pot, but it's really up to you what you go for here. I've got a good puddle worked out, and I'm just going to load up with some of this. So I've got a fair amount of my brush there. And what I'm going to do is pick a starting point on the gun that's far away from details I want to avoid. So in the case of a bolt rifle like this, I'm looking at this kind of area here away from that hand. And the idea here is once you start applying it, to get it all across the weapon as quickly and as efficiently as you can. So really blob it on there like that. Don't worry about it being too much, just keep moving it around like that. And you can see as I go, it settles nicely and I'm able to get it all the way across quick enough so that it's not started to dry yet. So this way I'm able to see how it's behaving and I can adjust as I go. So keep getting it all the way across there down to that hand. You'll notice as well, because I started up there, when I get closely to the details, there's far less paint to control, which means I've got much more accuracy about avoiding those areas. We also need to make sure that we get the back of the rifle too. So again, a fresh amount.
Hey, look, he's painting the back of it too.
Start moving it around,
No.
all the way across there. And there we go. So you can see already I'm getting a much better result. It's much more even, getting much more definition. It's much cleaner as well. Now, because it's still wet, I can see how it's behaving, and I can see it's got a little bit too much just there where the finger is. So what I'm going to do, Make sure I haven't got any paint on my brush, just really like get rid of the excess off and some tissue. And you can just kind of poke it at these areas to absorb away the excess paint. Then just put it on some tissue to get rid of it. Same thing's
What do you
happening
mean?
just here. You
It's
can
also
see as it's
pipes.
settling more and more,
Oh,
appearing
wait a
just
minute.
there across those shells. So I'm just going to touch my brush to that, just soak away the
That
excess.
username
like
seems
that,
familiar.
adjust it as I need to, then use the tissue to get rid of the excess. And there we go.
Hmm.
I'm getting a much better result.
Do something real quick.
That wash is now completely dry, and you can see the result is much, much better. It's far more even across all the flat areas, and there's far more definition in all the recesses too, giving a much nicer look. Once again, I totally see why people tend to put too little wash into these things, because they're trying to avoid using much paint, so they save some. But
Perhaps
also
I'm
they
just
want to make sure they
overthinking
don't
things
clog in
again.
detail. But as you
Also,
see,
hi
you
there.
need to make sure that you put
Welcome to the
wash
stream.
on so you can manipulate it around and get it into the right places before it dries. But also, you don't want to put on loads and loads and loads so that it doesn't clog up any detail. And speaking of clogging up loads of detail, that brings us on to part 3. So we've just looked at what happens if you don't put enough wash into a detail, but what happens if you put on too much, and how do you fix that? And well, this kind of thing is much more common when you're applying large quantities of wash to a model, so covering large details like cloaks and things, or even the entire miniature. And it's because this paint is quite runny. When you put a lot of it on, what happens is it tends to run towards areas and pools in them. So like water really, creating puddles, and you need to watch out for this kind of thing.
Anyway, how are you
Using
doing
it, what
today?
I've got is the champion from some Myrmidonish Painbringers. I'm going to use this cloak just here. That's a great example of where this thing kind of happens often, particularly in corners such as down there. But it's worth noting is any parts that hang down on details. So for example, the points on the bottom of his shield just there are a great example of where this would happen. Same with that little point there on the bottom of his sword. But we painted this cloak purple. This is Phoenician purple. And what I'm going to do is apply some Nuln Oil to it using a medium shade brush from Citadel, so I can get lots on at once. And you can see I'm really putting it on straight away. It's running down. But I'm going to stick with it, apply it all over, and then we'll let it start to dry. It's been about 15 minutes now, and you can see the cloak is drying, but these lumps at the bottom, there's so much wash there that they feel very much wet. Now, if this is happening at this stage, you notice it like this, to fix it, what you need to do is remove away the excess paint, and it's going to leave a bit of a mark. So what I'm going to do is do it on this one just here. Get a clean brush. I've got my regiment brush for this, and all I'm going to do is just use it just to soak away some of that paint. So just get some of it loaded up on there, then some tissue, just wipe away the excess, get a little bit more, and there we go. Now you'll notice what it leaves behind is actually that original purple just there, and it leaves a kind of ring around it of where the wash is versus where I've taken it away. Now don't worry about that, we will clean that up later on, but doing this avoids having that lump there. Now for the other ones, we're going to leave them like that so you can see what happens when it's left to dry this way, but ideally what we need to do is, well, not fret about it and just move on to the next. What you need to do is to go to your mid-tone, so recess part like that, just to help control where it's going to go. There you go. It's in a much more controlled fashion this time, and you the cap just here, and I've got some soapy water once again. And what I'm going to do, it's like the previous time we used it, is apply it, but rather than dunking the model this time, I'm just going to paint this over the part we want to remove. So just get some of that on the brush. Don't need loads and loads. All I'm going to do is just start painting it around this area just here, and you'll see very quickly it starts to eat into that paint and remove it. And it's essentially just a matter of doing this, removing some of that paint until you've got rid of the highlight I'm going to use is some cal. Now it takes a bit of time and experience to get some of those paints onto your palette, and I do it here, and you just turn the model so you're comfortable. Now as you're doing this, mistakes will happen. So for example, if you're going along here, you might just make a bit of a splodge like that. If you're quick, you can wipe it away with your finger, but you might not notice it, in which case you might leave like a little lump there like that. Or some cases, when you turn the model to use the tip of your brush for some of these tricky to reach areas, such as just here, when you paint the line along here, it might go quite thick. So for example, it might splodge like that, it might look really rough, it might run into some of that recess just there. All kinds of things can go wrong as you're doing it. So painting the eye lenses of a Space Marine, which is what we're going to be doing for the example just here, because when
We
doing
just
fine
close that one
details,
up.
it's very
Let
easy
me
to
just... Yeah. We got Netflix laat ik. Yes, man.
Hey everyone, Norm from Tested here, once again at Prop Store for an upcoming auction. Brand new set of all 6 Rangers.
Yeah, there's quite different suits for those movies.
Spliced in with stuff they shot in America for the kids. But for the film, Armored, which you could tell was influencing then the reboot also.
Yes, yeah, definitely in construction.
Ah,
And
neat.
obviously there's some deterioration.
Suits didn't
of
keep
a-
up
of a
well.
glossy sheen made of fiberglass and top of
To draw up that,
I
it's,
mean,
you know,
and that's why it's
to
just better
make
to use the
Yellow Ranger has
Japanese
lights.
footage.
Most of the movie, the Yellow Ranger does not have lights on the helmet. There's one shot in the film where they're in the parking garage, I think, and all of a sudden they need to light up the scene, and for whatever reason, the Yellow Ranger then has lights on the helmet. So this one actually had practical lights, and the way all these Ranger helmets are things that we learned as we were researching these helmets, and I think you can see it on to see the actors in the helmet. So they tried versions where the eye lens was removable and the mouthpiece was removable, just hot glued in. But at one time they were experimenting with the idea that
always try to empathize with the performer.
I remember watching the first
and,
Power Ranger
you
movie.
know, the suits themselves
Not Turbo, but
not
like Power
necessarily
Rangers,
most
the
comfortable thing
movie.
to wear, but it looks cool.
It was
The
fun,
Rangers
well, at the
all
time
have
at least.
original helmets.
When I look a bit
Um,
back at it
excited to
now, I can
watch
see it was
Power Rangers.
clearly
This
made for
is-
children.
Head. They've built up all this yellow foam padding for actor comfort. You can see some
Neat.
original to it. But the helmet itself
Imagine him just
is
dropping it like
original,
whoop.
and yeah, in a way, it's very
There goes
simple,
a
but also
very,
effective way to do
yeah.
it.
Chant and how was
Hero summer marked original pieces from that 1995
there any of your favorites? Any?
translucent dome on the alien head, which I think standing behind me is General Kale from Willow
Yes.
on the Bond costume. Printed copy, if we still have them. I think
Still
we're running
pretty
low,
fun.
but there's still a
Batman costumes, the truth behind the Power Rangers movie. Yeah, sure. I mean, it was probably just an attempt to revive the series again. Oh yeah, he committed unalivement a few months ago, or was it even longer? That one. What is it? The Metro is real, huh? Oh. How does it look when it's completed? Oh. Looks pretty decent. Let me see if I can find it on my normal store, where I usually go to. Gundam. Probably high grade, I think. What do they have? The Paletta, the Ninja Stein, the Gun Cannon, Premium Bandai, another Premium Bandai, Majizinger, Gather Dragon, Aegis Knight, Mercury 1 unit, 210, the Riser Gundam, the Airbuster, Sky Mobius. Blazing Gundam. No, I don't have it in here. 30-minute missions, Megathized. No, they don't have it. Nah, that sucks. I'll keep my. Oh wait, I know one other store that could probably have it, but. But I'm not sure. I would need to look at the actual shop for that. And I don't have time for that. Oh yeah, but we don't streaming. Oh, let's watch this one, it's always fun.
Now to Richard Hammond in the Science Corner.
Thank you, Jeremy. Now, this is really quite simple. Okay, understeer works like this. You drive down the road, you turn the wheel, but the car goes straight on, crashes into a tree, and you die. Oversteer works like this. You drive down the same bit of road, turn the wheel, but the back of the car comes around like this, and you go off the road, crash into a tree, and you die. Now, oversteer is best because you don't see the tree that kills you.
God, I love the old Top Gear. It was always fun. James Cape. Suicide Squad help. Oh yeah. That was it, Gang Toys Predaking. God, I wish that thing wasn't so expensive, or I might have actually got it. I don't have a Predaking for my collection. Or, I did have a Predaking for my collection, but it was the Jinbao one from Feral Rex. From, I don't know what the company was called that made the original one. What was it called again? No, it wasn't called Feral Rex. Yeah, but anyway, I got it second-handed and it wasn't complete and not really to my liking, so I just sold it. Back to the guys I bought it from, funny enough. But yeah, it was funny because I sold it as incomplete because I noticed there were things missing when I bought it from them, and they sold it as complete, and then when they resold it again, it was like, oh yeah, it's incomplete. So a guy sold it to them as complete, that was incomplete, and I sold it correctly back to them. I still did manage to get a few pretty neat figures out of it. Oh yeah, we bullied NFTs out of mainstream games, which is great. Ugh. Ugh. I'll sit there to watch for a bit. John Fate. Oh yeah, Duncan. I watched that guy play that game. It's bad in a good way. You. But he gave me a grade. I remember Deus Ex 04s. I got a few of those laying around. Oh man, that was a fun. Well, yeah, it was a fun team.
Justification is getting big. Since you've been
Just. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Oh my gosh.
When you're stuck. New York City.
Wait.
But there's no time.
This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed. Somewhere
Yeah.
beyond the sea. Yes!
How come you don't see many Asian?
In Vietnam, Dungeon Masters at Reddit. What is?
Hey! No. Alright, so this is my everyday small water bottle, and this is my best friend holding it versus me. Alright, so.
Hey, Wicker. How are you doing today?
English, which of these prefixes
How many times did you
in English?
How many times did you catch this Joker? How many times did he escape to kill again? Do you even care?
I care, but the law must be followed.
Your laws are weak and ineffective, twisted by evil people to escape just punishment.
The Justice League
doing
cannot
pretty
be the
good.
world's
We're
police force.
The week's events
almost
have
hitting
proven
the first 2
otherwise,
hours of the
Batman.
stream,
If we
so we'll
continue
be
on
switching
this
over
path,
to
we
some
go
Monster
from
Hunter Rise
policing
soon.
to occupying to jailing.
You know,
then
actually play some games on
becoming
stream.
tyrants.
Or justice is
What kind of idiot dyes their tools? A lot of people ask me why I didn't just paint my tools instead of going to all the trouble of dyeing them. It's a fair question, and to me it all comes down to durability. Paint will just sit on the surface, but dye penetrates deep into the plastic. That means if the tools ever get scratched, gouged, or in any way damaged, they aren't going to immediately show back through to their original colors. Just look how deep I had to scratch before I got back to yellow here. Plus, who doesn't love a good science experiment? What kind
True.
of...
Oh.
What?
Aww. Oh, guys, look at those fluffy little wings. Though, is that the smartest thing to do? I'm really wondering if that's the smartest thing to do. Mostly since the nest is... Oh well, she's moving the complete nest. Just hope the mama bird knows what's happening. Or at least knows to go there. Did you pick up? Oh, look how cute they are. And still. Oh.
Never apply to a job.
So a few weeks ago I tried Terraria but with max luck, and some of you guys let me have it in the comments, and honestly I kinda deserve it. So I went to the mod settings, and sure enough 1 is regular Terraria luck and 5 is what was defaulted at. So let's bring that all the way to the max luck of 50. Before we continue though, don't forget to like and subscribe.
No.
Even the best job in the United
These mega darts cause too much pain to children. This is because the darts are too slow and their nerves are able to register.
There's a few things a lot of artists get wrong drawing eyes. The sclera, or white of the eye, is a sphere, and it should be shaded like one. New artists can make the mistake of actually making it white. This will make it appear flat. The portion that's visible through the lids usually has a soft gradation.
Did you know that in Hitman Blood Money, on the mission A New Life, if you sedate the donuts and give them to the FBI in the van, steal an FBI suit, and then run down to the basement and grab the lighter fluid, then head to the shed and knock out the pool boy and steal his clothes, as well as grab the second lighter fluid in the shed, then walk up to the wife of the target of the mission and follow her to her room, wait for her to go to sleep, and then take her necklace, and then finally run back down to the garden and use both lighter fluids on the barbecue grill and wait for the wife to use it, you'll see this.
Why is that then? Okay then.
Did you know?
I've been dancing at my
Aww, look at the birds.
waiting for you to ride.
That's a block of potato.
This pattern is over 140.
1 year ago, I put an iPhone in this rock tumbler, and it's time to take a look at it. I opened up the barrel for the first time in months and pulled out the iPhone. After a quick rinse, it was clear that the iPhone was in pretty rough shape. It's crazy that it even still exists after a year, though. I needed to see the motherboard, so I rinsed out the barrel and dug around until I found it. The FBI is never getting my data. The rocks from the barrel were smooth now, so I added some fresh ones, added the iPhone, put in 4 tablespoons of coarse grit, added some water, and put it back on the rock tumbler. What a nice anniversary. 1 year.
Thor from God of War is better than Marvel's Thor. One of the best.
Yes, that's actually correct, since Thor from God of War is much more accurate than the one from Marvel. Ooh, it's also a very fun one, that video. I actually have that one. The second one from the left. I have it actually on display. Oh yes, I do actually have it on display. I know there's also a broken piece on there that I still need to somehow fix properly. I probably need to remove it and then drill out the barrel. But I don't have the stuff to do that. So it's just in there with glue. No context. Pixel. Oh shit, P rank. How to paint Horse the War Master. It's this. What else do we have? What is that? This has to be the PC version with a costume like that. Or a special side mission. Oh man. I can't real longer shifting this. Yes. Mm. Okay, that gave me a good laugh. Mm. Oh yeah, the official Predator King Ferrari from Combiner Wars, I believe. Oh boy, that thing was good looking, though it's a bit bricky. One of my friends got it, and he actually bought the upgrade kits for it. I've seen it a few times. It's quite good. We have short, Nico, Volker. Popular live games generated by YouTube. Well, that's the first mistake. I mean, for custom made stuff, that looks pretty good. There's no way that thing would be an official AR game. Mostly because of how it looks. It's just too detailed and too, well, scary for kids, I would say. On the other hand, I don't know which the game is actually meant for. Death Rock. Yeesh. Just the whole ass gun. No. It's lumpy. Pokemon Fusion thingy. That's... Oh, hey.
Modes. Well,
I actually got this figure very recently.
first let's do the
It was a bit
articulation before I forget.
expensive, but
I really wish I had a
it's
locking
good.
point, but it's okay. I also wish the head, the way you tidy up the arms and then just swing the entire set is very interesting. The way you tidy up the arms and then just swing.
Also, how is he able to get those pecs in so easily in the legs? They've been a problem on mine. I mean, yeah, but it's not supposed to be scary. It's supposed to be unnerving. Like, it's actually a pretty fun one. I don't know how that guy explained it at the time, but it's taking the normal and making it unnormal. Like, it's just a pizza restaurant with animatronics. But because you're the night guard and and everybody's like, from, oh yeah, that's a happy place and fun. But because you're a guard there at night, there's this kind of, it's dark and what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, it's dark. It's the things aren't as they usually are. It's not very joyful, stuff like that, and that makes it unnormal and unnerving. And later, then at least FNAF went away from, oh yeah, we're just going to make it creepy now. Because if you look at that new one, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, it's not that scary actually. It's just scary when they have that sound like from, oh, you're being chased. But even I think I should probably be able to play the game and not be very scared about it. If you just watch out for a bit, it's, yeah. But I shouldn't be judging on it, honestly, since I don't have the game. I've only played FNAF 1 once, when my brother somehow got a hold of it. Not sure how he did that, actually. But then it was because, well, You know the animal. It was like from, you know, the animatronics were supposed to move, but so you went to check on them because they didn't, because you wanted to know if they moved. But because they didn't move, you were constantly checking, like from, oh, did they move yet? Because they are supposed to move. Like I said, it's taking something that's pretty normal and making it not normal. Bleh. A virtual escape room. Oh, well, that's cool.
You are my creator.
I am Quintessa, the prime of life.
What have you done to my home? I will kill you.
You dare to strike your god?
And that's why the series got cancelled after a while. Oh, hey. That one also seems familiar.
Transformation into Scorpion mode is your pretty standard Scorponok
Yeah,
fare.
well,
Fold the
pretty
legs
standard.
Up, keep up
That
the
thing was
undersized
still
tail,
quite
head
a
gets a
bitch to
faceplate, claws
transform.
rotate, etc. Scorpion mode is impressive. It's large and wide and takes up way too much space. Why did I buy this again?
Yes. Somebody that actually owns this figure, that thing took up half the table. It's way too big.
It's a cool Scorpion mode, but like, it's just the G1 one. I wish they would have taken some liberties with the design, like given it a longer tail or a slightly less boxy top section. There aren't... Why aren't the legs on ball joints? Why are they not on ball joints? That would have been such an easy... to do that. Which you can't make the legs look neat. Like, why are they not... That would have been such an easy thing to do. The hinges they used. It's
I mean,
so
mostly because it takes so much space
have
of this
to.
version. I don't
It would have been
transform
nice
it.
if you could display. I do like how the leg onto the
Oh, yeah.
base mode, and again, it's very G1 toy in its transformation. I do like how the leg panels and cannons become extra panels for
Wait a
like the
minute.
towers to hide the claws.
Those panels. He's using one of the
I
upgrade
like that.
kits, I
You're left
think.
with this very lackluster base.
Yeah, I believe he's using one of the upgrade kits.
Okay, so the base mode I have a lot of issue with. The lack of
think
any
so,
play
at least.
features, the lack of good ramp connectors on the center. There's also a ton of space. Those little extra
Time to
claw
play
and
Do I
elevator
Own That Figure?
That's it. There should be one turning for the
I
new
own that
Metroplex,
one.
like,
I own that one. Yeah. I own a repaint of that one.
why are they on that? He turns into a construction vehicle, not a base. It doesn't require any springs or whatever. They could looks great, don't get me wrong.
I
And
don't
the
have
robot
Jolt,
mode,
I
which is how
don't
I will
have
display
that.
it, is awesome. Base mode, the new
Oh,
Metroplex.
I own a different color of that Bionicle.
It's
That's actually a pretty good size comparison next to a dog. Anyway. Oh boy. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and get something to drink. And after that, we'll be switching to Monster Hunter. So yeah, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, let me just boot up the game real quick. There we go, Monster Hunter Rise. Oh, great, it immediately picks up the controller, that's good. Okay, there we go. Just check things are going. Yep, those are looking good. Okay, then I'm gonna go to that screen again. And I need to see to I've already picked it up, so I can just close that one and it should auto. And then when I press that, it should pick up the game now. Let's wait for a bit. Just do that. Yeah. It's not picking up the game. Guess I'll just change it manually. Capture specific capture specific window. Game capture. Wait. Why does it say Tifa? No, it needs to pick up that one. Center. Yep, and there it goes. Now it's picking up the game. We can hunt some monsters together. Huh. I was about to say, those characters don't make sense. Okay. Okay. Hold on, now let me just actually get that so that I can. Okay, no, okay, I thought the actor was lagging. Add-on content. There's no new add-on content except that. Oh yeah, I always carry a lot of stuff with me. Ooh. What do we get? Seed, flash bomb, sonic bomb, snake. Let's immediately grab that one. Those might actually be handy. Nah, we didn't get feet. It would have been a very handy skill to have. Yep. We're good on the... Oh. 嗯。Thank you for the follow, Jumbo. I must have been on my bathroom break when when you followed, but yeah. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it. How's your, I'm gonna assume, evening going? Yeah, we just switched over to Monster Hunter. Oh, it's morning for you too. Ah, well, good morning then. Wait, why isn't... Oh wait, my mouse is over there. There we go. Okay, well. Let's go fight the Bishitan. Or the Bishaten, I'm not sure I pronounce it. But yeah, thank you for joining the stream. As you can see, we work. It isn't Sunday for you? Or do you also work in the weekends? Ah, okay. That's also a thing. So you're probably working retail or something. Because I know that those mostly have rotations. Ah, there's our target already. Nice. Ah. Yeah. Damn it. Ow. Yeah. I thought you could turn ads off with if you were an affiliate, but apparently you can't. You will always have ads on. And people that don't have ads, or yeah, those are only the people that don't have ads. More mods too, I think? I'm not sure on which people always get that. Oh damn, we already broke something. That's what I get for always hunting online. Too bad we're still in low rank. The low slash high rank armor is pretty decent, but I've seen the G rank armor and that one looks badass. Oh no, I'm just... Oh, great, I thought it was going to charge at me. Oh, knocked over those towers of rocks. Those rock... Tower of... Yeah, tower of rocks. So, oh, no, that's close by. Nice. It's too bad I don't have my Silverwind Narakuga switch axe. That thing is not only strong, but it also does quite a lot of damage. Well, it does quite a lot of damage of course, but it also does poison damage. Of course he's stun locked. Fun fact, I can throw this at him back. So now he's poisoned. Oh, nice. Ah, that didn't finish it off. Oh. Well, that was the urgent quest for rank 4. Nice. That was pretty fast. Yeah. But I guess I've been playing online for quite a bit, so monsters in single player are generally more weaker. Still, a good and clean hunt is always nice. Yeah, I'm not sure on how to actually set that up with the thingy. I can see if I can do it from here. Oh wait, timers. I can actually set it. I can actually, well, edit slash, yeah, partially edit. But why can't I just like, because I'll just set it to the 20-minute mark. Let me just really quickly do that, and I'll turn the other one off, so that you don't have a... Yes, the Wicker Beast is on a beast hunt. Let me quickly grab these materials, and then I'll change the bot a bit, so that it doesn't annoy. I've unlocked something new, blah blah blah. I know what I got. Support me in a funny way. Support in. Oh wait, I can't. Why do I stick to the hard route? I can just do it like that. There. Drop that here. Save the message. And turn the other one off. Okay. Yes. But yeah, I changed the part of it. So it should now do it instead of every 10 minutes, every 20 minutes. A bit like my normal timers. Nice. Oh, and there's another sale going on. I didn't actually know that it just automatically set to do it every 10 minutes, and I couldn't change that, so I just copied the message and changed it to every 20 minutes. Yeah. Oh. So Parliament Trading Hero Stories, I want nah. Healthy. I mean, if you're talking bot activity, yes, then it's pretty healthy. What materials do you have here to spare? Nova, my chat isn't healthy even without you in it. Dragonite or Great Izuchi hide. Okay, I need to gather some Dragonite ore. I know where I can find that. Yeah, true. I know where I can find... There we go. Here I can find some Dragonite ore. And while we're getting materials, I might as well... I mean, I have 2 bots active, 3 if you count the other one, but I generally keep it between the 20 minutes to half an hour. Oof. Well, it was nice of you to drop by, Jumbo, so have a great day at work. Coffee. Lekker. No, since I'm actually just going on a pretty small hunt, I don't need half of this stuff actually. Just some flares, yeah, that should actually just be enough. It's just a gathering bit. I don't plan on hunting anything big. At least not in this quest. Are you talking about the animation with the cooking? Or with the dango? I have a feeling I'm... Oh boy. Feeling there was something up here actually. No. Oh, there is. A relic record. Nice. I need to remember that for the Switch version. That I can find one there. Because I have not collected all of them yet. Despite being a game out for almost a year. Anyway, let's get some Dragonite ore. that one. That's a Ludrath. There we go. What do we get? Oh, hey. Okay, we're done with the quest. We can leave. Yeah. I might as well get us some more stuff. Oh, hey, Wicker. As you can see, we switched to Monster Hunter for a bit. Well, for a bit. For the next 2 hours. Yeah, I'm probably going to be doing some quests, you know. But also, you know, some materials on some monsters. It's too bad that there isn't any cross-compatibility. I'm gonna, let's see, I'm gonna be streaming for around 8 hours. I mean, it's supposed to be a bit of a celebratory stream. Since I had 100 followers a few weeks ago. Oh. Oh, nice. We got a lot more. But like I was saying, it's too bad there isn't any cross-save on my Switch version of the game. Well, I've pretty much done, well, not done everything yet, but I'm very far in completing the game. And it would be fun to just show you guys that. I mean, I could take some pictures of it and upload it on the Discord group. But it wouldn't be fun. I want to actually show it. But I don't have a capture card, so I'm pretty limited with the stuff I can do. Oh, nice. Going to be a cave. Another message. Nice. Definitely not a message in a bottle, but a message on a sword. Dragonite. Let's carry a few more ores if we can find them, and then we'll head back to base. I've heard that that other game, Wild Hunts or something, of Heart, it was something with wild in it. I'm not sure if it was Wild Hunt or Wild World or Wild Heart. Really not sure. It's pretty similar to Monster Hunter, only worse. Apparently it runs very bad on PC. Nice, some more points. Oh, we already checked it out here. Puppet slider, no, that's not of use right now. Let's see, I believe I can find some more ore up here, but that's about it. You know, even though that the gathering in this game is quite fast, I actually enjoy it more in the older games, since it was actually gathering. It took you a few minutes to actually gather stuff if you needed it. Same goes with quests where you have to deliver items. You had to manually find the item and you actually had to bring it back to the box. Which was way more fun. Now it's just go get around, quickly grab it, and it's done in like 5 minutes. And that's like the actual maximum time, I think. That isn't... I think it's a bit of a downgrade, actually. I like the gathering more in the older games. And go for these types of gathering quests. There actually was a special ticket you had to gift. Like, there was an actual item in the box that was called a All Pass ticket or return ticket, and you had to deliver that at the chest, and then the quest was complete instead of just going into the menu and pressing a button. The good old days. Okay, and I can deliver that. Say thank you to now continue my workout ideas. And here's what I promise you, if you run into any problems with it, let me know. And then, well done, I better get back to work while I'm still in the zone. Okay. I had on the other day. I went on a trip to buy dango greetings and I got back before it got dark before I could make it back. So I was walking around some gloomy caves all alone, getting this really creepy vibe, and then suddenly I hear the monster scream like yeah and yeah. It really scared the life out of me. I panicked and ran home as quickly as I could, dropped all my stuff on the way. Ugh. Please, can you go find stuff for me? I know exactly where I left it, and I'll have dango ready when you're back. Heading back to groceries. Yeah, that's also a pretty quick quest, so I'll just do it immediately and... Yeah, quickly do that. It'll take more than 2-3 minutes maybe. The key ingredient, high quality and top secret. I love this game. Point. Better to take care of these villager requests in the beginning of the game or as soon as you get them. There are still a few I need to do on the Switch because I was too lazy to do them at the beginning. There we go. And now we can get better food buffs. Nice. So how long did that take? Maybe 1-2 minutes? It's not easy when you know the map a bit. Oh yeah. Maybe Peanuts is available for order. Come on, and I got any achievement. Huh? Ah. Copy. Let me immediately check if there's any more Wisp Lanterns. Where can I find those Wisp Lanterns? Let me quickly look that up. Oh. Oh, I thought I had it turned off. There we go. Wait, is it perhaps for this one not correct? Yeah, strange. Why is it? Huh. Look right then. Let me turn this off. Rise with lanterns. There's a whole ass guide on how to complete the quest, including a video. Shima. Oh, I know where to find it. Also, there's a freaking Sanoker out there. I just may have to remove back when I take a sip of coffee. Let's see, they should be around here somewhere. Oh yeah, look, it's fire lanterns. Wait, if I did that, I can now icon list materials. Do that. And now I just need to look at the map and I can always find the item I'm looking for. Just okay, I need to go to area 7. And I'll just have to be lucky and hope that I get it. But that's with boosting Monster Hunter, you'll just have to be lucky to get the items you need. And sometimes it can be done very quickly. You'll get items like, oh, I need this, and you'll get a bunch of them next quest. And sometimes you'll have to be hunting for quite some time to get it. Yes, based on that statement I made, I have had it happen that I've had to hunt a monster quite a lot of, well, not even a lot, a tremendous amount of times just to get the item I needed. It isn't always as easy or as fun as it is. There we go, Whispering. We got 1 of 3. Oh. That's not strange. It can pause a stream. And it's very handy if you want to continue watching, but you'll have to do something real quick. It's just not live anymore when you tune back in. It's on a video. It's kind of like a video then. Let's see, where was the other one? Oh, there it is. Okay. Just fire lanterns again. Okay, there should be one on the other side there. Oh, there, I see it on top. Fire lanterns. There we go. Fire lanterns. I need wisp lanterns. Oh, hey. Nice. Relic records. Dang, we're really not that lucky today. Ah, here we go, another one. And it's a fire lantern again. Then we'll go to area 11, and if we don't get those two there, we'll have to wait for everything to respawn, which should only take a few minutes luckily, but I'm really hoping that that isn't necessary. If we're here, I might as well just grab that. Let's see, it should be around here, probably on top of here. Close off. No, I'm going the wrong way. It's there. Oh, there it is. Nice, we got another one. Oh, nice, adamant seed. Oh, and another hidden message. Nice. Oh, great. It's starting to respawn again. That's good. Very good. Well, fingers crossed that this is the last one. Nope. Dang it. At least the gathering points respawn, so we can take as long as we need. Need to open that. It's a monster. Come on, fingers crossed. Yes, we got it. Grinding in this game isn't that bad. At least not if you know how to do it properly. Decent stuff. Notebook is updated with what? Yay! We've got 2 submarines now. Let's go check up at the smith. Oh, neat. We got some extra armor spheres. I'm actually more interested in upgrading weapons. Hmm. Did I like the rampage? No, it didn't. Origami Rex. No Rex. Yeah. Ah, it's good and awesome as it always does. I have want to walk around like a samurai. Oh, people keep Dark Wheel, like Arachnoids. What do you guys want to do? Should we do some offline quests or just hit the online gathering hubs? If we can make any progress over there, sure. And that's exactly why I'm asking you. Because I don't know what we should do. What do you mean? It's Sunday. It's in the early afternoon. As far as I'm aware, there should probably a lot of open lobbies. Let's check that real quick. Yeah, there are plenty of lobbies. I've played with a lot of people. I've played with Americans, Japanese, Chinese. second. Yeah, of course I can join that one, but damn it. I mean, I could also try and make my own lobby. I'll make my own lobby. Insert Futurama joke. We'll just have to wait for a bit. See how things are going. And then in about an hour, we'll switch over to what's it again? Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah. You know what, we need to capture it anyway, so... Let's try and get started on it. Alright, join request is now active. Nice. Rathalos, how much of damage can it do? I mean, I know it's a big monster, but I've also fought it a lot of times over different games. I'm not expecting too much trouble with it. Or at least I hope so. Go, some more ores. And we already found him. There he is. Also, I am calling it a he because in canon it is the male variant. And the green one, the Raytheon, is its female counterpart. Oh. He's trying to poison it. Oh boy, I think it's angry. Yeah, it's angry. I'm very angry too. I got converted into oblivion. That's the joy of Monster Hunter sometimes. I should probably clip that once I'm done tonight. Would be a fun one. Okay, timestamp is noted. Oh hey, Lantern Talk. That might come in handy. You know, if the teams actually know what those things do. Look at the tiny dragon's bone. For some reason quite cute. But At least it's going better when we just started with it. Mostly since I don't get stun locked into with it. Oh boy, that was quite a fun thing. Great. Now that it is temporarily blinded, we can see what we get from here. Just a tail, okay. I had hoped for a plate, but perhaps another time. I do need to get a plate if I want to either make the armor or finish off the weapon. Even worse if I want to make both. Okay, sharpen blade. It's no, not looking to calm down. There it goes again. Okay, it's going well, which is always a relief. But anyway, I'm for once not going to kill it, I'm going to be capturing it so we can complete the other quest. Although it looks like it has turned from day to night. Okay. Oh, it dropped something. We can also pick that up. We'll do soon. Trigger that one. Oh, a Magnolia material even. Oh, I staggered it. Oh, this is going to be fun. What's about to happen? Have they seen each other yet? Oh, I'm grabbing that thing. Yep, they've seen each other. There we go. Let's see if we can do some damage while riding this one. Okay, yeah, of course it's this now. Okay, I'm glad that tail is gone. That would have been a hit. Ah, good. No, get up, get up, get up. I need to get him down from the sky. Okay, that's good. Oh, I've broken one of its wings and its face. That's good. And its other wings flew. That's the one I need. Oh, it's placing a trap. That's actually extremely good if I can get it to land in there. Come on. Ah, he's leaving. Okay. Not what I had hoped, but still. At least it's close by. Oh, I know what it's going to do. There we go. Nice. That's another quest knocked off the list. And we did it all on our own. Oh, hey! Looks like we still gotta play that ball. Get a capture reward or... oh, just a hunting reward. Okay. Either way, it's fine. We've got one, which is... well, what more can I ask for? It's one of the hardest things to get on the low rank Rathalos. So hooray for that! Welcome back, your timing. Okay. Thorn Reapers and Altair. Cool, those are double swords. I don't use that. There we go, the Rathalos set. It's one of the most popular sets from the older games. I like it a lot too. Here, like I said, for the helmet you need a plate. And for the... this here you also need a plate. Well, I think that I got it on the first go even. Shrine ruins, sandy plains and flooded forest. I'll just go and do this like that. Should be fine. Should be good. I don't need to eat for that one. And we can always do it on the quest itself. If we really want to get to eat something. Sorry, I'm taking a minute to quickly check something. Expecting. Let's get some. That'll be what we're after. I wonder if I... do they still drop... yeah, they still drop eggs. Oh. Oh, I can't believe they still do that. I'm quickly going to just bring the axe back. It's actually worth quite a lot of points. And a pure golden too, which is very nice. Nice, that's quite a lot of points. Alright, now let's be on the lookout for some cow beef. Okay, it's one of those crackle hurt. Still don't know why I chose the emote of kicking it. Oops. Still free items. Haven't found any Kelby so far, which worries me. Yeah, Kelby, Buffalo, Gajuba, Gardevoir, Izuchi, Broku, Jagrev, Bombagi. They should be around here somewhere then. Maybe they're up there actually. We'll just have to be on the lookout for them. There they are, Kelbys. It's a group of them too. Oh, nice. That's another side quest done. Ah, that's great. And even though they're just small quests, it only takes a few minutes to complete them. Hmm? What? What do you mean I purchased 3 crates? How did I check that again? Oh wait, I know what that is. It's probably from when I bought the creator for the game. Must be that. Anyway. Nice, the Shelby slingshot. It's a weapon that comes back quite a lot during the comes back quite a lot of games. Well, thank you, Brian. That's also a pretty doable one. Yeah. We'll do that one later. It's kind of a that one is also fun to beat. Bring a few of those with me too. Ja, maar ik weet niet of hij dat mag, hè? Nee. Ik heb even nachecken. There we go. Well, let's get started with the hunt. I really like the illustrations. They're so pretty. Hello, they're pretty. Oh boy. Okay. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Oh. All three of them are hanging out together. I didn't see that coming, actually. Oh, I didn't bring any. Also, that didn't actually help. I forgot that. I forgot that for a second. And I was happy that thing was in. Oh man. But my cat actually made it much harder now. Because for those who don't know, the Zenogre is a monster based on electricity. And as you can see, it has a charged up state. So, you know, a shock trap, which uses electricity, will only charge it up. I don't have any more. Any more. It was actually pretty neat defeating it with while riding another monster. Nice. Oh yeah, the apex. Okay. huh? You know, going from a steel axe to a fucking chainsaw. Nothing wrong with that. Sure, why not? That's a good weapon. No. Eh. Look with me. Ah. Oh yeah, Popo. Let's quickly see if there's anything else we can do around the village. I think he is. Oh. No, green. Did I sell it or pick it up? Because it would suck if I just sold it. Not that it is a big problem, I can just get a new one, but... Oh, no, it's there, okay. Let's see what we can make with it. The Vike, that's... We'll need some more, but this is a cool, good looking one. But yeah. Anyway, it's almost 2 o'clock. I'm gonna save. And then we're gonna switch over to some Deep Rock Galactic. But yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes again. Oh, hey DeLorean. Or JT. Yeah, JT. But yeah, I'm gonna quickly switch games. Deep Rock Galactic. phone from me. Thanks. Hmm. Um, get rid of that now. Let's quickly check. Yep, it's now. What? The browser source is offline. Oh, that's probably because I'm on this one, yeah. See. Oh, I forgot that. The game. What? What? Why is it not showing here? See. Ah, there it goes. Okay, and it's also working again. That's because of this. Anyway, let me just turn up the sound of the game a bit. We're back again. And now we're with Deep Rock Galactic. Mission, what do we have? Like, versus sign is better. Lakefall. I upgrade. Hello there, Dutchie. Let's just do this one, go for the limit. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, it's the Feyenoord Stadion. What did you expect?
Trigger finger is itchy again.
Rock and stone to the bone.
We deserve it for filling audience. Galaxy's finest teamwork.
You didn't expect much from football while working at a football stadium. Okay.
Never felt better.
Come on, you lazy bastards. We've got a job to do.
That's the stuff. Feeling much better now.
Yes.
There we go. Audio. Output. Upward, upward. Oh. Oh.
Get on board. We're about to leave.
So you go work at a football stadium while you're not very interested in football. So you go work at a football stadium while you don't like football and expect to not find people there that like football. Hmm.
Lock and load.
Rock and stone, you beautiful dwarf. Rock and
We
stone. in the heart.
rock. We are
Unbreakable. We'll have a round of tunnel rats and leave the tails
Rock and
enjoy.
stone
to the bone. To danger. Rock and stone.
That's sweet.
You boys better be better miners than you are dancers.
Rock and stone in the heart. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope it will go well.
I ain't got all day. Let's leave.
Drop sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
Oh.
Rock
Let's
and
get
roll
this
and
mission
stone.
rolling. Rockin'.
Give me a rock and stone.
Leave no dwarf behind.
Come on, guys. We're
Leave
leaving.
no
Drop
dwarf.
sequence initiating.
Last one to rock and stone. Pace for
Drop
the
sequence
first
initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
Yeah! Rock and stone!
Hmm.
Only danger and darkness awaits.
Onboard entertainment sucks.
Remember, leave no one behind.
Scanners have picked up a massive deposit of a quark. We're sending you in alongside a heavily armed lifter to get as many out as possible. We're picking up extreme biosigns in the area, so keep it snappy. The quarks can be extracted from the walls. Search for a blue shimmering light. Get it done, team.
I'm not scared of you. Ah!
Wow.
No more leeches.
Help! They've got me!
Alien scum. Free. What? I was born ready, and it went boom. Pow!
Thanks for saving me.
Platform up. Spot.
Marker up. I'm not one of them, you knobhead.
Are you blind? Look over here. Die, please. I think we're actually doing all right so far. Lighting up. Taste the pickaxe.
If only Deep Rock would invest in Thorn ready.
One sentry gun ready to be built.
Found some nitra.
Okay. Let me get this.
Bunch of lithophage meteor fragments are coming your way. Stay mobile. Try not to die.
I have a bad feeling about that. Oh boy.
Ready to shoot. Platform.
Here comes the pest control.
Oh boy.
Shield placed. Out of my way. Heck. Zip line ready.
God damn it, there's a pebble in my food.
Shields ready again.
Lead down! I like the sound of that. Over here by the marker boy.
Swarm! I repeat, swarm!
Uh-oh.
Nice and oily. Here, get into cover. Bacteria, try joy, living.
Jamaica crepe!
Shield charged.
Oh boy, there's more coming.
Don't waste your ammunition! Use those bags on its back before it gets close. Watch it!
Okay. Oh boy, I'm still alive somehow.
Platform up! Platforms placed. Smooth. I'll beat your record this time. Just watch me.
Alright. Let's carefully try and
I've got a zip line ready. Yeehaw!
orbit.
found an aqua.
Alright, I'll go and help carry them.
Down the hatch.
Well done. Secondary objective
Uh-oh.
completed.
Rock and stone. Ah! Skullcrusher!
I need more ammo. Move out.
I'm wondering if fighting bugs and moving dirt is the best way to make a living. Flares up!
I think we actually have a chance to make it out alive.
Lights up! Weapon ready.
Strange, I didn't hear that something got thrown at my face. Unless something's wrong again with the... Oh boy. Just quickly check this.
Down it goes. That's all you got, you slippery shit.
Yeah. It's working. Or at least I heard it. Something got thrown at my face.
I ordered a resupply.
Supply pod requisitioned. Launching now.
Oh.
One ready to Nitra!
Let me just quickly try something. Minimize. Oh boy, oh boy. Shoot that to the not this one.
Grabbing ammo.
Oh boy.
Swarm! It's a big one, team!
Oh great.
Wash 'em. I got the tri-jaw. Stop shooting, you pointy ear leaf lover. You lack Whiskey brain. I'm on your side. Bam!
Objective
There we
completed.
go.
Launch controls are active and awaiting your input. Let's bring it home, team.
Oh boy.
That will teach you.
Getting destroyed!
Getting more ammo. I needed that.
Great. Okay, everything's still going fine.
Another masterfully killed!
Resupply ordered.
Supplies are on the way.
Ready.
Oh yeah.
Let there be light.
This, pretty. This, see what happens when shoot.
Over here.
Okay, so it is working. Just as intended.
Doing a bang up job. Hey, I ain't one of them. Get street climbing. That's gonna cost you a round at the Abyss Bar.
Einhand launched. We're picking up heavy activity in your vicinity, so hold the line until the escape pod arrives.
Okay. Let me just try like that to be sure. Yeah, see, that works. We get hit by.
Sentry gun needs assembly. Eat it! Cliff it, oppressor down! Armed and ready.
Need a hand here!
Ready to be built. Splat! Can't move! It's getting into all my nooks and crannies.
That was close.
This is so sticky. Platforms placed.
Okay.
Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
There.
Grabbing ammo. Yeah, give me some sugar.
I'm with you.
Oh.
Drop pod en route. Hang in there.
Hey, yeah, you. I'm talking to you. You really rock. Last one to rock and
You
stone.
don't like
the
a
first
fair.
one.
You ain't coming home.
You know, the simplicity of this, it's just the simplicity of this game that always makes it fun.
Extra team before double dipping.
Jaw dropping.
Drop pod arrives, waiting for takeoff. Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.